Hello to the no one that is watching. Is my mic in? Okay, I think it's working. One sec, I probably should have checked that before stream. I have my law exam tomorrow, and I am screwed. I always have problems with the sound. Okay. Oh, there's apparently 2 people watching this. Oh, there are. Which is probably me and someone else. Okay, well, whatever. Alright. Lower down. Come on. Alright. I gotta study for this shit. I have so much crap. So my law review that we will be going through today, this will be probably lasting until 9:30 at night, and that's why I call it shuts. It's 18 pages long, and that's mine. The other girl that's been helping me, who I also helped, hers is 13! So we're gonna go over hers for most of it. This is such happy music for me failing my course. So, oh shit, I don't have, fuck. Oh, 1 second, god damn it. I'm like, there's something off that I forgot to do. Yeah, there is. 1 sec, be right back. I'm bored. I'm just kidding. I have. Oh shit. Fuck. Ah! I'm back now. 1 sec. I have to get close to the microphone. Oh my god. Okay. Let me just like stack everything on boxes. Oh my god. This is so fucking annoying. There we go. Alright, I fixed it. It should be fixed. Alright, so what? One second, I'm taking a selfie. It's important. Joey, I'm just talking to the best person in the world. I have to study. Stop texting. Okay, we're gonna stream. Okay, I'm way too happy. So first I'm going to go through all of these lovely 13 pages. And then I will do the singing bit later because it's just too much. It's too much right now. I like it's the worst feeling when you get your period on your like face. So life hates me right now, but it's okay. One sec. What happened? Thank you, Caleb. I'm gonna fail though. I have to get over a 90 on this exam. So I really need to freaking hope I do well. So I'm just talking on my bestie. Anywho. Okay. I am going I just need to fix. I need to fix. No. Law review! I don't want to do it. Okay, so I was thinking for the music, I don't know what to do. I want to kind of do this one, but there's also shit. Okay, sorry. That was my stuff telling me to take my vitamins so I don't die. Vitamins are taken. Okay, now I put that away. Now we choose music. I'm in a lazy cat mood, so I will be doing lazy cat stuff. Oh, I have one person watching, which is probably Caleb. Hello, Caleb. Or Daniel, one of the two. I don't know who watching. Lazy cat. Lazy cat song. Shush, no free promo. No free promo. Okay, so am I too loud or is the music too loud? I probably should check. So when I re-listen to this for my studying. Womp womp womp, kid that always watching. That was okay, now we are doing this.
Search Search warrant. A legal document issued by the court to increase police authority. Actus reus guilty action. Crown must prove force was applied plus there was no consent plus it was voluntary. Sleepwalking wouldn't. Criminal law. System of law concerned with punishing those who commit crimes. Person v. government. Rule of law. Governments must abide by the law. Nobody is above the law. Laws apply equally to all people. Innocent until proven guilty. Fund.
Alright, let's try this.
Mental law from Britain. Methods of trial. Trial by fire, combat, etc.
Double check that. Did I just not put it up here? Of course I didn't. I prepared for everything else that I'm not going to use, but everything I am going to use, it's not open.
Search warrant. A legal document issued by the court to increase police authority. Actus reus guilty action. Crown must prove force was applied plus there was no consent plus it was voluntary. Sleepwalking wouldn't. Criminal law. System of law concerned with punishing those who commit crimes. Person v. government. Rule of law. Governments must abide by the law. Nobody is above the law. Laws apply equally to all people. Innocent until proven guilty. Fundamental law from Britain. Methods of trial.
Okay, this is going way too fast. to spend any more time on it. Alright. I'm gonna go back to the other one because it was more preppy. Come on. What is this?
Get high protein and 22 vitamins and minerals with the great taste of Vector.
Is that it? That kind of sucked. Okay.
Search warrant. A legal document issued by the court to increase police authority. Actus reus guilty action. Crown must prove force was applied plus there was no consent plus it was voluntary. Sleepwalking wouldn't. Criminal law. System of law concerned with punishing those who commit crimes. Person v. government.
Okay.
Rule of law.
Stop. 1 second. I'm sorry. I keep stopping because things are bugging me. I know it's because I don't want to study. 1 second. Oh, 1 second. I'm just gonna boop. Now it's all better. It's just a void. Sound mixer. Let's go into Google Chrome. Output. Yeah, I guess there's nothing I can really do. Oh my god. That's race car noises for your information. And I am almost an adult.
Search warrant. A legal document issued by the court to increase police authority.
Yep.
Actus reus guilty action. Crown must prove force was applied plus there was no consent plus it was voluntary. Sleepwalking wouldn't. Criminal law. System of law concerned with punishing those who commit crimes. Person v. government. Rule of law.
Concerned with
Governments must abide by the law.
Okay, I'm just gonna read through it. Criminal law systems. There we go. Systems of law concerned with punishing those who have committed. Sorry, I'm scooching forward. Who are concerned. Concerned with punishing those who committed crimes. Persons versus government. So criminal law, persons versus government, blah 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 blah. Rule of law. Governments must abide by the law. Nobody is above the law. Law applies to everybody equally. Innocent until proven guilty. Fundamental law from Britain. Methods of trial. What did I put there? I'm gonna look right now. Where are you? Where the frick did you go? Where are you? 1, 2, 3. 4. So she did have everything. Ooh, I like this one. It's fancy. I'm so tired and sleepy, and I have no sleep. Okay. Alright. What was that? Oh! But that was 2 years ago! Is that a thing? So why are we... Oh, mini feed. I get it. Okay, I'm a little bit slow today. Okay, so we were on that one. I think I put something different. Method of trial is total method. Yeah. I don't know what he wanted me to put, but that was directly from the slideshows, and he told me no. I think that's what I was trying to find too. Let's go to my glossary. Yes, I have a glossary of all the things I got this stuff from. Rules? No. Rules. No, this would be from way back. So right here, evidence. Supreme rule. build the courts. Theories, concepts, source of development in Canada. I would say theories and concepts. Wait, what did I do? Anywho, I just need to open this. Yeah. What is this? I don't know what it's from. I think I'm like a little bit slow. This is great picture. I actually died. Critical race, yep. My turn? What do you mean, sir? I have to find that. I'll have to message Ava. Alright. Okay. Alright. But methods of law, it's supposed to be trial by fire, trial by combat. Let me look that up. Ignore this. Trial by fire? A little bit low. No, not a movie. Trial by fire. Oh, I forgot the R. There we go. Trial by fire. In ancient India, I don't think... Okay, trial by ordeal is what we learned. Trial by ordeal was an ancient judicial practice by which the guilty or innocent of the accused was determined by the subjecting them to painful or at least unpleasant usual danger. Okay, so what they did is they actually threw women they thought that were witches into the lake, and if they drowned, they weren't a witch. So if they died, they weren't a witch, but if they somehow survived, then they were, so then they would kill them. You know what I mean? Like, the one, like, so it's either you die or you die. Great job, guys. Great ingenuity right there, right? Like, it's really bad. And that was in America, and then the other one was, what's combat? Trial by combat. Trial by combat?
According to Wikipedia, trial by combat was a method of Germanic law to settle accusations in the absence of witnesses or a confession in which two parties in dispute fought in single combat. The winner of the fight was proclaimed to be right.
Oh. So if you sued someone, like your neighbor, you would have to murder them. Great! Don't you just love legal systems? Oh, I better move down my mic. Now I'm talking into the mic. Oh. Now I'm talking into the mic. Alright. Appearance notice. An official documenter telling a person that they have to appear in court at a specific time and place to respond to a criminal charge. Oh, I skipped one. Mens rea. This is the guilty mind. This is where you would find out if someone is truly guilty of the crime. A guilty mind is knowing what you did and having the intention to do it. So knowing what you did was wrong and having like actual intent to do it. So if I accidentally picked up a bag that looked like mine and the person yelled at me and said, "Thief!" I could say, well, I'm sorry, ma'am, but I actually have a similar bag to this, and I thought that was mine. Now I must go and find mine because it must be gone. What is that? I gotta have ADHD or something. Cross now. What? What is this? Enter in. Okay, I have to check this out later. I don't know what that was. I'm a little bit confused. Alright, Alright. An official document. So that's a guilty one. Appearance of notice. This is where the government or the courts tell you, man, you have committed a crime. You must be here at this date to appear in court. If you will not appear in court, you will literally be stated to be, you will be on, actually, I know many people that have been on this list, but it's the, it's called failure to appear in court, and you will get, like, in big shit for it and thrown in jail. I don't know if it's a fine, or I think if you do it multiple times, you could get thrown in jail, but I think at first it's a fine. I related to someone that did this, and I birthed out of her, and she sucks. So, yeah, don't do it, kids. So, appearance of notice. Yeah, no one really follows that, especially if you don't have a house. I wonder how they find you to tell you have to appear. Guess if they found someone on the side of the road, they're like, hey, you gotta appear in court, okay? Alright, disclosure. Disclosure. An accused person has the right to the disclose of all relevant information to the prosecution or controlled of the Crown, with the exceptions of privileged information. So, as long as it's not government secrets, you have a right to the other side's information that they will be presenting. They won't maybe show you like their like little statements that they're going to be stating, but just from the evidence they're presenting, you can get an idea of what points they're going to make against you. So if I stab someone and I have a previous engagement in, ooh, I like the song. Ooh, fancy. Okay, sorry. And if I have previous history of attacking someone, they could show that in court and said this dumb idiot has done it before, and then that can be used against me. But they will have to put it as an exhibit in the evidence book, or as we call it, exhibit book, and it will have to be put in the exhibit book and confirmed by the other side, and they'll get a copy of your exhibit book and you will get a copy of theirs. It's obviously a lot more big different process of that, but like still. Anyways, hearsay evidence. An out of court statement, things a witness was told. So if the witness is not like the first person, then if the information is not coming directly from the witness, it's not great. Someone told me this, and that's not good evidence. Who's this someone? Do we have them on trial? Right? Habeas corpus, show me the body. Show me the evidence that you are trying me on. If someone pulls you over, they have to explain to you why they're pulling you over, because you need to know, show me the evidence, show me what I did wrong. Show me the body. Pretty much. But it's more recalls to, if you murdered someone, show me the evidence, show me the body that I killed, apparently, right? Anyway, examination in chief, direct examination. That's to your own witness. Plead bargaining, agreeing to pleading guilty for a lesser sentence. Cautions, the things the police read to you when they arrest someone. That is page 1, done. Oh my god. So cool, so great. I know. Viordero. So it's a mini trial about evidence, so conference meeting, things like that. They do have a mini trial, but to determine what's going to be submitted as exhibits and evidence towards a court, DNA is the best type of evidence because it tells the truth. It says the truth itself. There's no discrediting it unless it was obtained irresponsibly or screwed up. Strict liability. Only actus reus is necessary to be accused of the strict liability. They only need actus reus, which is they only need actus reus to prosecute you, which is the action of hitting someone. Pretty much, it's the action of doing the crime, but not maybe like negligence and things like that would be relevant to it. The only defense is due diligence. Otherwise, physical action is enough. So as long as I went drunk driving, that's all they need. Even though I may have not realized I was, that's all they need to prosecute me. Let's see. Okay, we're good. Maximum years in international criminal law, that is 30 years unless extreme circumstances. What parties are involved in civil law? That is a person versus person or a person versus organization, and that is two parties, the plaintiff, the defender. Shit, did I finish that? Shit, I don't think I finished that. Did I? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Objective. Be right back. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just like, I'm so done. Like, I'm just so done. My back is killing me. I'm in immense pain. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. And it's because I didn't take my back stuff. Don't pass out. Okay. 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 Alright. You know what we're gonna do? We are going to sing this now. I don't care. Alright. It's because I'm losing lots of fluids at once and it hurts and I just... Okay, we're gonna start this. I think the music has to be a little bit louder though. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, I'm doing search warrant. Anyone that has problems with that, mark down. Move for enthused. This one is interesting. Okay, this is the one I'm choosing. Yes. Fair walk song for 1 hour. You are my chosen. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Search warrant. Oh my god, I can't do this. Oh, I have such many sunsets. Search warrant is a legal document that is issued by the courts. It is to increase police authority, and that is the shit. Actus reus is the guilty action of slapping someone in the face. Criminal law system is big. Alright, I have to turn up the music so I don't have to listen to myself that much. Yes, no song of me, no listen to moi. Alright, I don't have to listen. I'm waiting. Rule of law is the... Oh, I can tell I'm bad. I don't even need to listen. I could tell I'm bad. This song is way too fast, I'm too slow, and I'm special, so shush. Oh, my period, everything hurts. Alright, ready? Criminal law. Okay, I can do it. Alright, ready? This song gets into it every time. I'm so into it right now. Wait, I gotta gotta change my model thing. No, it's not doing it now. Bark, 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 bark. Do, 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 do. Alright, I remember. Alright, ready? I gotta get into it. Come on. Gotta get into it, right? Let's go. Come on. Let's hit it. Active rest is the guilty action. And I'm cameras free. Force was applied and there was no consequences. Wait, what? Consent. Oh shit. And it was voluntarily. Okay, ready? Criminal law system is a law concerning with punishing those who commit crimes. Person versus government. Rule of law is government. Must abide by. No one is above the law. Innocent until proven guilty and also shit of the fuck. And fundamental law of breathing. Oh my god, I gotta move my keyboard. Ready? Trial by fire. That's where they burn the witches. Trial by fire is where they burn witches. And if they burnt, they weren't witches. But if they were still burning and stayed alive, therefore they were witches. And no combat, trial by combat, that is the shit. It's where you had an argument with your neighbor, you were just fight to the death, and whoever won was right. That is horrible. Criminal intent. If I picked up a woman's handbag and it looked just like mine, and I said, oh shit, this isn't mine, as a woman screamed to me, oh shit, that's my friend. You stole it, what the and I'm like, oh shit, I didn't mean to actually do that, I'm so sorry. I didn't have a guilty mind, so there was no memory then I couldn't be tried for crime, cause I didn't mean it. Appearance notice, oh shit. This is where you fail to appear good. If you get a person or a letter at your door, they will give you appearance notice telling you to go to court, cause you always wanted to criminal charge. And if you don't, it'll be failed to appear in court, and you will be put on the Niagara's Most Wanted list, which I know a lot of people on there. That's really sad. Okay, ready? Alright, disclosure. Disclosure of accused person has the right to disclose all evidence 'Cause if I find some shit on the dirtbag I am prosecuting, I must share it with him. Whoopsie, please, lawyer, be smart. That's already done representing himself. But then when I give him that is disclosure of information is kind of important. Oh shit. Right. Hearsay evidence is like kind of secondary information. It's not very reliable. Hearsay is like I told my cousin's mom's dad, and she appeared in court and said, I just heard this lady tell me some shit and it was bad. And I that's hearsay shit. Get out of here now, bitch! Court, oh, show me the body. I already know this shit, but examination in chief is direct examination where you examine the person that you picked. You're really great. I think I need to stop for it and then take a break. Yeah, I think that's fair. Ready? Plea bargaining is agreeing to plead guilty to get out of the sentence. What cautions is the shit the police read to you? Will they arrest you? Oh shit!
Voir dire.
Is a mini trial of evidence, also known as exhibits. DNA is an important evidence. It kind of says the truth itself. Strict liability is only having an actus reus necessary to prosecute someone because the fictional physical action is enough. So like if I was driving drunk and I went into a building, I would be under strict liability because I kinda sucked when I did that. That's important. Absolute liability. Absolute liability is where you can't get out of action. You have no way out because you are a stupid idiot. Stupid idiot, yes. And if you get absolute liability, that means you're liable. And you will be sent to jail. And you will die in jail. Just kidding. And then the maximum sentencing in international law is 30 years. 30 years. What parties are involved in civil law? What 3 ways are police getting? We'll show them the whole custody. Pin notice, arrest warrants, and arrest on the spot, the spot. Oh shit, just realizing I probably should have highlighted the questions I have. No. Bad color. Better color, Alex. We know this. You literally pick colors. That is your thing. No, I don't like lavender. Give me a better car. Burgundy. No. Oh, see, I have a problem with it, and see. Ooh, I like yellow. Yellow, that one. Okay, alright, sorry, I just wanted to After this, I want to take, after like this chunk, done in a crowd. Negligence is not feeding your child. Willful blindness delivering a brown paper bag that is leaking a gross substance. Totally not a dead body. How could insane automatism ready? How could a non-insane automatism defend lead to verdict of non-guilty done in involuntary? Okay, so I would say how is insane?
How could a non-insane automatism defense lead to a verdict of...
So, this one I need to know. There's 3 forms of mens rea. This one's kind of not common knowledge, but I should try to study them extra. How could a non-insane automatism defense lead to a verdict of non-guilty? An involuntary action across no mens rea. So, the sleepwalking case. What are the steps of legal rest in Canada? Physical contact. Read their rights, and then say you're on arrest, and statewide identify you as a police officer. What are 3 types of criminal offense? Summary offense, minor offenses, only $2,000, 6 months in jail. Driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol, and minor damage to property, mostly minor crimes. Indicted offense, major offenses, maximum penalty of life in prison. My drone problem. My mouth kind of just flopped like a chunk of slobber on my hand. It's great. Indictable offenses are major offenses that you will get life in prison. These are things with no parole, murder and rape and things like that. Hybrid offenses, as well as crimes will be tried for a summary or indictable crime. Yes, in Canada. Alright, I'm gonna change up the music. How long is this? I am 30 minutes into that. Wait. Alright. Leader and oh my god. Okay, ready? Lead investigator or coroner if it is dead. How is the Constitution? Is oh my god, I can't believe it. It's too fast. I love that song, but it is too fast. What about this? How is how okay, I get it. How is the continuity of evidence protected? Crime scenes and tapes and crime scenes are taped, they are not left out unattended. Certain rules and procedures are followed at a crime scene. Evidence should always be under police control, but I'm gonna add some notes. Oh yeah. And sprinkle in a little there. This is how crime scenes are also protected from someone that works at law. Oh shit. I didn't think. How are they? Well, if evidence is tampered, it's completely disregarded. If evidence is tampered with, it's completely disregarded. If it's improperly obtained, disregarded. If evidence is found. Yep, those are two. Alright, I'm putting that down, even though I doubt that's really the answer. She's probably right, but this is kind of common sense shit, but like still. Do. Ah. Okay. Hello? Oh, nothing. Okay. We should be good. We should be good. Yeah, we're good. Oh shit, did I just close it again? Yeah, I did. Ugh, I'm dying. I'm having like a rough patch today. Okay, alright, we're back! We're back! Alright, I'm just gonna put up the sensitivity because it was never high enough! It's as good as it's gonna get. Yeah, you heard me. You heard me, Kumi. Kumi heard me! Alright. We gotta get through this. Okay. I thought you were going to study. Shit. Well, that went out the road. I gotta do this. I gotta do this. Alright, I'm done. Now I got it. What was I doing? Alright, we got the first portion done here. Alright, ready? Find forms of physical evidence, which is hair, fingerprint, and bodily fluids, and DNA and weapons. This one I'm marking down. I will be studying. It is very good to study this. I'm gonna try to get through half of this at least, and then I'm gonna take a break. And then I'm gonna go through the rest, and then I'm gonna go. I gotta do this. Okay, gotta do this. Let's see if I can get through this. Ready? The Criminal Code of Canada, law that codifies most criminal law offenses and procedures in Canada. Federal law that includes the definitions of most of criminal offenses. Parliament of Canada. Magna Carta. This one I know cause it's cool. It's the king and he really did it. Everything's even now. Now we go to Anti-Terrorism Act. This is really fun. Anti-Terrorism Act. Just want to look this up so I can have the date. Let's see, can we 2001? Alright. Yep. This was passed after 9/11. Let's see, I know what the Lord's Day Act, but let's just get the date of that. Lord's Day Act. No. Okay, no date, so we just continue. Not important enough to come up on Google, not important enough to study. Diet. Alright, this one we gotta look at. Let's see, there's one. No.
Dialectic. Socrates goes out into the town and questions people about the law. Question plus answer in an attempt to come to an agreement. Private law.
Okay,
Person v. person. Person v. organization.
Dialect is where Socrates, he went out on the town and he questioned people about law. It was pretty good experience, yeah, it was. Okay, next question. Private law. Person versus person. Private law is person versus organization, and person versus person. Nothing against the government. Entrenchment is cemented in law. Justice, independence. Judges should be impartial. This one I should know. This one I should study. This one is awesome. Judges should be independent. Natural law. Stuff we should inherently know. Parents must protect offsprings. Public law, person versus government. Public versus law. Is versus the government. This is majority time. It's criminal law. Charter of Rights and Freedom protects basic rights and freedoms that are essential to keeping Canada free and a democratic society. This is really good to know. Gonna look over it later though, cause I really should be thorough. Trial by ordeal. Torturing the accused and having convinced hot. Oh, this is where they used to put hot gold bars on people's hands if they like stole something, and then if they did do it, I think it wouldn't burn. It would burn if they didn't. If they did do it, and if it didn't burn, then they did do it. They didn't do it. If it didn't burn them, then it wouldn't. Then they wouldn't be. Then they would be innocent, and if it did burn them, they would be guilty. Great knowledge, great. We're really packing it in today. Torture by alright. Intro virus. That is the thing. Oh my god, I gotta flip the page. Intro virus. Within the power of the government. That is easy to think of, but ultra-virus is outside the government's power. This is really important to know. the differences between the two. Oh shit, I really should know. Jurisprudence. What?
Covers reasons for making obeying laws. Discussion of law.
Okay, we're looking this up because I know I did jurisprudence somewhere. This is, she doesn't even know jurisprudence. One. Okay. Jurisprudence covers as a definition the law's reasoning for making obeying laws and characteristics. Okay, let's read this. Oh shit. Okay.
Jurisprudence, philosophical interpretations of the meaning and nature of law. Jurisprudence covers topics as definitions of law, the reasons for making and obeying laws, characteristics of a good law, definition of a crime, and the distinction between law and justice.
So I'm just gonna go with her definition. I can understand why she was confused. Converts reasons.
Covers reasons for making obeying laws. Discussion of law.
Yep. Should study that one. Constitution is.
Constitution. From the Aboriginals, a primary source of law, the rule book for a state. It sets out the fundamental principles by which the state is governed.
Idealism, the strive for perfectness and how laws should reflect our perfect society. Okay, that one I know. State decisis, to stand by their decisions of the higher courts. Convention, part of the unwritten laws, ways of things being done. Sources of law. Where does our law come from? From the primary sources or secondary sources. Anything like from laws themselves or things to test it. Statute of Westminster issued notice. Canada was no longer subject to British law. Know what statute Westminster is? It is where they did the thing where we are now. Independent and not part of the British colonies, yeah. And ultra virus is outside of our law. Sources of law, where our law comes from. Primary sources or secondary sources. Anything from laws themselves or things that discuss it. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I should try to finish this. Trial by combat. Oh shit. I need to know. Alright. I got something for private law. Private law sets out the rules between individuals. It is called also civil law. Civil law is the best. Civil law is so fancy. I'm going after this one. After like this page, I think I'm gonna take a break. Yeah. pages in, and it's getting real tiring. Private law, what the frick? It is the sheet. Rationalism complex throughout thought that. Alright, I'm gonna call this one. I better go now. Alright. Trial by combat. Stop it. Trial by combat. I will be back. Be right back. Be right back. I'm back. Oh my god. Oh, that was okay. I'm back. Alright. Okay. Oh my god, okay, I need a juice. I need juice. Okay. Now I have to pee. Shit. Okay. I will go take a quick pee. Quick pee. And I will be back. I'm keeping that. Oh my god, I need to get water. Okay, I'm back again. This is very long. Okay. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. That really hurt. Oh, 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 oh. Motherfucker. Ow. Shit. Okay. And just the thing. this play because I've been kind of procrastinating-ish, so we're gonna. Alright. Just have this play in the meantime.
Anti-Terrorism Act. No terrorism. Lord's Day Act. Nobody could sell anything on Sunday. Dialectic. Socrates goes out into the town and questions people about the law. Question plus answer in an attempt to come to an agreement. Private law. Person v. person. Person v. organization. Entrenchment. Firmly fixed in law. Statute law. Any laws by Parliament, not common, written. Judicial independence. Judges should be impartial. Natural law. Stuff we inherently know, X.
Trial by. Statute law. Okay. Trial by ordeals when I stopped it. Alright. Let's get close. Let me do this now. Trial by ordeal is where they tortured the accused. Interference is without the power, within the power, and all jurisprudence is conveying for making, obeying laws and discussing from the aboriginal and primary source of law, the rule book or the state. Alright. Jurisprudence is covers the reasons for making and obeying laws, discussing why. Discussion of law, Constitution from the Aboriginal. Alright. For the Constitution for the Aboriginals, a primary source of the law of law. The rulebook for a state. It sets out the fundamental principles by which the state is governed. Idealism. We must strive for a perfect world. Laws should be reflective of universal and eternal truth. State stand decisive to stand by the decision of the higher courts. Conventions part of unwritten laws. Ways things are normally done. Expected to be normal things. Sources of law. Where our laws come from. and primary or secondary, and anything from the laws themselves or things that it discusses. The Statute of Westminster happened in 1931. Canada was no longer subjected to the laws from Britain, officially made Canada independent from other foreign policies. Ultra-vires is outside the power of the government thingamabob. Trials by combat, accused fights. Trial combat is this thing right here. Trial by combat is if you had an argument with someone, you would fight to the death, and whoever won would be the right one. It's kind of horrible, yes it is. We were kind of stupid in the past. Private law. It sets the rules between individuals. It is also called civil law. Oh shit. Alright, ready? GCPC. The JCPC, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, the highest court, but for the Supreme Court became a thing. Like, damn, when was that thing? Oh my god, I better look it up. Rationalism. I think I said it. Oh my god. Rationalism is complex thoughts that about right and what was wrong. Feminist jurisprudence. The law is used by men to oppress women. Procedural law. Anything about the process of law arrest produces rules that have to be followed. Positive law. Let me look this up. When did the GCPC come into effect and come out of effect? When did the JCPC...
Here are the listings for JCPenney near Amherst.
When did the JCPC...
Here are the listings for JCPenney near Amherst.
When did the JCPC come into effect? Okay. Oh, I got that done. I put that down. I should have the dates. Maybe I should... What are the sources of Canadian Constitution taken from Aboriginal and Britain sovereignty? Yeah. Upon what countries? Just judicial systems is Canada's largest base, which is actually common law from Britain. What is the criminal? What is the criminal code of Canada? What does it outline? Primary sources of the law. Criminal Code of Canada. The law that codifies most criminal offenses and the procedures in Canada. Federal law that includes definition of the most criminal offenses, and that the Parliament of Canada has in their hearing. What are the roles of Canadian courts? They independently the Constitution. Don't know what that really says. Let's learn it from the thought.
They interpret the Constitution plus solve disputes. Courts will determine which level of government has jurisdiction over a particular subject matter. To stand by the decisions of higher courts. What cases do provincial courts try? And superior courts? Provincial arraigns accused, preliminary hearings for indictable cases, and tries summary conviction cases, less serious cases. Superior hears all civil proceedings, more serious cases. What are Canadians' 4 fundamental freedoms? Can these ever be infringed? Freedom of conscience plus religion. Freedom of thought, belief, opinion and expression, including freedom of the press plus other media of communication. Freedom of peaceful assembly. Freedom of association. These rights can be infringed under S. 1 or S. 33. What was Canada's final court of appeal until 1949? Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. What is the supreme law of Canada? What was Canada's final court of appeal until 1949? Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. What is the supreme law of Canada? The Constitution. Means all laws must follow the Constitution.
Oh, there we go. I should study. Should I? Yeah, you should. You really should study. This you should study. Yes, study. Yes. Study important. That's why I study. I ran to Daniel's for 30 minutes because I just wanted to see his cat and say hi. And then I wanted taco. And then I left. That's what I do. Daniel's dad cooked tacos so I can buy. Now I shall speak the truth of our legal system. Ready? What it was. The Canadian Final Court of Appeal until 1949. Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. What is the Supreme Court of Canada? The Constitution. Means all laws must follow the Constitution. What is the jurisdiction of federal courts? What are types of cases do they try in provincial courts? Federal courts. Legal disputes. Legal disputes with the federal government, immigration, citizenship, and copyright and trademark issues, unemployment insurance, RCMP, postal service, national, importance, provincial hears a range of accused
R. Reigns accused, preliminary hearings for indictable cases.
Tell me what would this say?
Provincial arraigns accused, preliminary hearings for indictable cases and tries summary conviction cases. Hospitals, education,
Murder!
provincial jails,
They do
regular crimes.
murders!
Are appeals allowed at both provincial and federal levels of court? Yes, both federal and provincial courts have courts of appeal.
Yes.
How were the Treaty of Versailles and the Statute of Westminster steps to Canada's independence? Treaty of Versailles. Canada had a seat at the negotiating table where the peace treaty terms were being discussed, and Canada signed it, making it the first step towards Canada's independence. Statute of Westminster. In 1931, Canada was no longer subject to British law. Officially made Canada independent in terms of foreign policy. In what ways was our legal system influenced by Rome? Codes plus lawyers.
So
Rights
Rome
and
used
Freedoms
lawyers.
Unit. Definitions. Meat Lake Accord. The first attempt to bring Quebec into the Constitution, but the federal government thought the
Okay.
provincial would get too much.
The big lie is that Canada was founded by 2 nations, but it was really 3. But it was really 3. Beach Lake Court acknowledged that. And they were like, oh shit, our fault, man. And he was like, no, seriously, stop doing that. And they were like, haha, no. And he was like, why? He's a pretty cool and fancy dude. Alright, ready? The Beach Lake Court was the first failed attempt to bring Quebec into the Constitution, but the government thought provincial would get too much power, and blah blah blah's name stopped it from being brought up. The big lie, and he was like, no, bitch, no. And the guy, that's his name, politician from Manitoba, he introduced the big lie and prevented the Beach Lake Accord from functioning. Charlottetown Accord, the second attempt to get the fucking Quebecians in the Constitution, but they were like, no. It was a failed attempt to remedy the division of power between the provincial and the federal jurisdiction. Constitution, a set of laws containing the basic rules about our country, and a set of laws containing the basic rules about our country's operations. The Supreme Law. Amending formula. The set of Constitution requirements to make a change to the Constitution. Conditions. Does it say conditions?
N. S required. The set of conditions required.
Constitution, yeah. The amending formula. The set of constitutions. The set of conditions required to make changes to Constitution. Equal rights. Under Section 15 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms of Discrimination, That is what the equal rights are. Universal Declaration of Human Rights, created after World War II. And 1948, and after too many citizens died the Holocaust, the first international agreement to develop for solo purposes of promoting protection of human rights, and therefore the Declaration of Human Rights. Francophones, someone whose mother tongue is French. Yeah, Anglophone, someone's mother tongue is English. Aboriginal rights Aboriginals hold due to the long-standing use of the land. Makes sense? Land claims. Oh. Formula.
Formal demands by Aboriginals for ownership and control of lands on which they live.
One sec. I'm back. Sorry, I'm back. Alright.
A protein until next time.
A passe. This is what the fancy French man said on television. In 1980, 60/40 voted no to separation of Canada. This was for Quebec, by the way. It was a speech said that they'll have another referendum and become their own country. I had to get my beanbag. It makes my stomach. No, it fell. No, Shaggy, no. I gotta get one and make a face. I wanna make one and put a face on it. Okay. Hot. Woo, hot. Ow. Don't touch the beanbag. I'll get angry for you. Get her in there. Oh yeah. Get her in there. I'm shoving a beanbag into my pocket so my sides stay warm. Okay. Wobbling up here. Okay. Oh, where were we? I'm very special. Okay. Treaty of Versailles. It was a peace treaty that ended in World War I. The first step to Canada's independence. This was the first time that we got to properly sign something without England on our back. They're not like, what are you doing? And we were like, we ain't doing nothing, sir. Statue of Westminster. In 1931, Canada was no longer subject to Britain's law. Officially made Canada independent. Bill of Rights. Passed on August 10, 1960. Introduced during World War II. As well, was concerned that the government was unfairly treating its citizens. So people were like, hey, yo. People thought common law was enough and wanted it to be written down. still has application today throughout many. I'm gonna go back and sit down. So I was standing up and now I want to sit down. Okay. Sitting now. Sitting like the peasant I am. Standing was too much of an experiment. Also, I can't have my heating pad on my legs then. You're burning me! Stop burning me! It's heating up the buttons on my pants and now it's burning me! Alright, Bill of Rights. Passed on August 10, 1960, introduced World War II, as well as concerns that the government would unfairly treat its citizens. People thought common law was enough versus some people wanted it written down. Still, it still has applications today throughout, has had its limit. John Diefenbaker, leader of the Progressive Conservative Party, introduced the Bill of Rights. I knew that. Democratic rights is section 3 to 5 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that's our right to vote. Human rights, rights that apply to every person just by simply existing. You want to talk about mother? I don't know what that's from. I just remember seeing a TikTok about it. I don't know if it. I find that a lot of the jokes that I find online, I don't realize because I just don't know the context, or I just see like a 5-second clip and it's just like someone saying, "You want to talk about mother," and that's it. So if it's inappropriate, I'm sorry. I do not agree with it. I don't know. I give up. There's so many memes that I just don't know or understand the context to, so maybe I shouldn't just say them. Okay. I wonder if Caleb went and studied. Dummy hurts. Damn it. Alright. Night of the Long Knife. A premier meet at night and wrote. All premiers met at night and wrote the Constitution without Quebec, stabbing Quebec in the back, known as the Night of the Long Knives. They shoved knives into each other's back. That's just a thing. Double trust. I am so sleepy now. Separatism. That is where Quebec was to separate. R.V. Keekster, a teacher that was found promoting anti-Semitic ideas. Affirmative action, section 15.2. A way through for the government to combat discrimination throughout proactive measures because of historical advantages. So examples, like back when women were first allowed to work, to make the workplace more fair, they just hired women for like a good 2 months, just because they never had the option before. But then that also brought the idea that the guys that were already working said, "Oh, well, you just got the job because you're a woman." Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of upsetting. It sucks. Anyways, entrenchment firmly fixed in law. I swear to God, I've seen this before. We already read this one. Landmark cases. It's a particular type of case that has never been adjudicated.
Adjudicated.
Alright. Alright. Persecuted.
The term then was extended to include women, therefore women were considered people. Parti Québécois. Main ones who wanted to separate, approaching, René Lévesque. Constitution Act.
What? I am born. 1 second. I'm just gonna. Oh my god, my back hurt. Oh, that felt amazing. My back is so sore. Alright, sorry. Man. I still don't know what this is. Oh, I wonder if she responded. It's been like 2 hours. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much, Ava Rose. Okay, so that's the guy that said that speech, that famous speech. Constitution Act 1982, CCRF, Constitution itself amended formula. Wait, what did I put for the Constitution Act? How far are you into studying? Alright, sorry. Just texting someone while they're probably studying and getting annoyed with me. What is the new. What is the Constitution Act? I want to write down the date. Oh, that's good. At least you looked at it. Right now, I'm going through the entire thing, and I'm like on 10. Page 10 out of 18. Also, for the last question, there is just not studying, I guess. Let's go down to the bottom. Let's see. That he told us about. We just need to know 3 landmark cases and like I've been studying for almost 3 hours. Yeah. Whenever I have problems with understanding something, I look at yours and it's so much simpler, but then I go back to mine and I'm like, oh my god. I don't know why I did, but know what? Whatever. At least I know I'm gonna be somewhat prepared. just having a hard time to comprehend words right now. The Latin terms are really hard. Yeah, that's gonna really hurt. Alright, I regret kind of instigating the conversation now. She wants to. Yeah! Mutually accord. I may want to study a little bit about it. Maybe the year it happened. Mundane formula, yes. Equality, yes. Let's just say I'm gonna have to study the entire thing. Also, for the Constitution, yeah, but I'm gonna be taking the test down in resource. I'm taking all the help I can get. Really? That's weird.
Essay question. The following question requires course material from all units to answer properly and fully. Fully. Find, gather, organize, and learn material to answer it. This exact question will not appear on the exam, but preparing for it will help prepare you for the essay question. Overall, what are the objectives of law? Why are these the objectives in 2023? What events, cases, legislation have led to or exemplified these? Or supported their establishment? Or reinforced their importance? How are these objectives met today? Protects society plus people. Acts as a deterrent. Maintains order. Resolves disputes. Establishes standards. Protects liberties. Criminal Code, the Constitution, Human Rights Acts. Think of one example in your life where law protects something. Identify what is being protected and how the law protects it. It can be a person, property, or a right. Cite the specific section of the Criminal Code of Canada or the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that protects this example you used. Identify and explain a situation in your life, besides driving, in which law serves to create order. Think about the activities in a regular day in your life. Identify and explain 5 specific examples of how the law regulates or influences your...
This is really hard. Okay, well that's gonna be preserved for later. I was on Constitution. How many pages do I have? 1, 2, I am going to see how long I've been streaming for. Let's see how long I've been streaming for. 3 hours. Okay, I'm gonna go and take a break. Be right back. I don't know. I just need a break. Okay, why is Netflix on? That was weird. Didn't even realize it. Okay, so what I kind of want to do see, the terms are really important for me to learn, but oh, I don't even have my headphones on. That's kind of important. So I want to get all this done. I'm gonna listen to the rest. Oh, I really should say the rest because you know what? I gotta learn this stuff. One day, this exam, I need to study my ass off for it. I don't think I'm calling this at 9. Ready? Mobile rights are Section 6. They are giving us the right to move wherever we want to go. It's really interesting. Oh, amending formula. The set of conditions required to make changes to the Constitution. Lobby groups as anyone who tries to influence the government and have laws changed. Anti-abortion groups, oh my god. Federalism. That's where one federal and many other smaller provincial governments collaborate. They collaborate. Sovereign association. That's where one little thing, Quebec. They tried to separate from us, but we don't want to separate, but we want to separate and still get all the good shit and then leave. But we still want, they want to separate from us, but still get all the good stuff they get from being connected to us. It makes no sense. Okay. Living Tree Doctrine. That's our little laws. Adapts the interpretation of laws for current times, growing and evolving the Constitution, and is an organic thing. Must be read in a broad perspective manner, bona fide, in good faith, legitimate reasons to violate a citizen's right. Bona fide is a legitimate thing. Notwithstanding clause, which is section 33, the ability to pass legislation, even if it violates 2 to 7 to 15. Difference between Human Rights Commission and Human Rights Tribunal. Human Rights Tribunal is where So Human Rights Tribunal is the courts, and then the commission is the police. In regards to Canadian federalism, what is the big lie? And the big lie is stop writing.
The big lie, despite the claim that Canada was made up of 2 founding nations, English and French, the statement disregards the fact that the Aboriginals were Canada's first inhabitants. This was identified by Elijah Harper. What were the Charlottetown and
One sec, I want to ask if I can get coffee. Maybe that could give me some energy. It's not too late for that. I'm gonna try to get some coffee. Homemade coffee, because apparently I have the best coffee in my house, made by the best people. I was wondering, do we have any coffee? Coffee. Can I make coffee? Okay. When do you think she'll be home? You just hung up on me, okay. I guess someone's not in the mood to talk to their lovely granddaughter. One second. Okay, I'm back. Oh my god. I'm in like stupid amounts of pain. Jesus Christ. I'm back. Alright. I'm just gonna have to read everything too. Because I gotta sit back and I'll follow it on a piece of paper. Alright, start here.
Living Tree Doctrine adapts the interpretation of laws for current times, grows and evolves. A constitution is organic and must be read in a broad progressive manner. Bona fide. In good faith, legitimate reason to violate a citizen's rights. Notwithstanding clause S. 33, the ability to pass legislation even if it violates the Charter, SS. 2, 7-15. Differentiate between the Human Rights Commission and the Human Rights Tribunal. Human Rights Tribunal, if the problem is not solved, it goes to court. Human Rights Commission, police who try to negotiate out the problem. In regard to Canadian federalism, what is the big lie? Who identified it? The big lie, despite the claim that Canada was made up of two founding nations, English and French, the statement disregards the fact that the Aboriginals were Canada's first inhabitants. This was identified by Elijah Harper. What were the Charlottetown and Mech Lake Accords? What were their purposes? Were they passed? Why or why not? What major players were involved? Short answer. Meech Lake Accord, the first attempt to bring Quebec into the Constitution, but the federal government thought the provincial would get too much power. Elijah Harper stopped it and brought up the big lie. Charlottetown Accord, the second proposal, which also failed, attempted to remedy division of powers between provincial and federal jurisdiction. Neither was passed. Meech Lake was an attempt to bring Quebec into the Constitution, and Charlottetown was to resolve long-standing disputes around the division of powers between federal and provincial jurisdiction plus second attempt. What is Section 33 of the Charter? When is it used? Notwithstanding clause. Used to justify a charter right infringement. Gives parliaments in Canada the power to override certain portions of the Charter for 5-year terms when passing legislation. Is discrimination ever allowed by the Charter? If so, when or why? Yes, as outlined in Section 15.2 Affirmative Action. A way for the government to combat discrimination through proactive measures because of historical disadvantages, etc. What does the court have to balance when interpreting and possibly limiting charter rights and freedoms? Exemplify. Oakes test, Can a charter right be justified under S? 1. Is the law enforcing an important government objective? Is there a rational connection between the limitation of rights and the objective of the law? Limitation of right v. objective of law. Does the law interfere with the right as little as possible? Are the effects of the limitation proportional to the objective? Compare equality before the law and equal protection and benefit of the law. Exemplify. Equality before the law treats similar people in a similar manner before a judge, essentially equality. Equal protection and benefit under the law, individuals receiving distinctive treatment in order to achieve true equality, equity. Explain the controversy over Quebec's sign law. Ford v. Quebec. Quebec made a law to have English printing be smaller than French signs. Notwithstanding clause was used, some thought it was a misuse of the charter, but it was an important government objective, protecting the French language. List several mechanisms available to protect the rights of Canadians. The CCRF, Criminal Code, Provincial, Federal and Territorial Laws, Bill of Rights, Ontario Human Rights Commissions. International Law, International Legal Issues Unit. Definitions. Pacta sunt servanda. Agreements must be kept. Rome Statute. 1998, established the ICJ and opened 4 years later. NGO, non-governmental organization, are non-profit organizations that operate without the funding of any government. Most commonly, these organizations are in place to tackle issues that are relevant to social and political issues in various locations across the world. X. Greenpeace. Genocide. Deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. Opinio juris. An opinion of law or necessity. Extradition. Delivering a fugitive to another country to face trial. Treaty. An agreement by sovereign states. United Nations. Founded in 1945 after the Second World War by 51 countries committed to maintaining international peace and security, developing friendly relations among nations and promoting social progress, better living standards and human rights. Just cautions. Compelling law. Diplomatic immunity. Special privileges that protect foreign diplomatic representatives from criminal plus civil proceedings exist in a weird kind of lawlessness. Asylum. Being protected. ICJ, International Court of Justice. Principal judicial organ of the United Nations. Geneva Convention's war crimes. Rules of war, protects combatants and civilians. X. Treatment of prisoners of war. Judicial, non-judicial. Making laws plus policies to regulate international law, letting judges decide things using weapons plus military force. Refugee. Someone who flees to another country because their life is in danger. ICC, International Criminal Court. What is international law? How does it function? What are its origins, objectives, limitations, and challenges going forward? What was the first international agreement developed for the sole purpose of promotion and protection of human rights? International law, body of rules established by custom or treaty and recognized by nation, the binding relationship between one another. International issues. ICE imposed, requires countries' cooperation. Countries can enter leave agreement anytime. May face consequences by breaking them. Why are the Charles Ng and Adolf Eichmann cases considered controversial? Charles Ng escaped to Canada after committing crimes in the U.S. His extradition was against the CCRF as he could have faced the death penalty. Adolf Eichmann, he was smuggled from Argentina after the country declined extradition request by Israel. The crimes of Eichmann weren't committed in Israel, nor was it a country when he committed the crimes. Describe the dynamic makeup of the United Nations Security Council. Permanent members are France, Russia, Great Britain, US and China. Responsible for maintaining peace and security. Determines existence is threatening peace and finds ways to solve disputes. 10 non-permanent seats serve for 2-year terms. Describe how the UNSC functions. Needs 9/15 votes. Doesn't pass if any permanent member votes no. Outline the sources of international law. Not short answer. Customary practices. Countries do things because they feel it is the right thing to do. Formal agreements, forms of agreement between 2 or more countries, impose obligations that countries must abide by. X. Treaties, conventions, acts. Judicial decisions and teachings, decisions made by the International Court of Justice and domestic courts are considered to be of persuasive value. Decisions can be consulted but of no binding force. General principle, things accepted as law by civilized nations. X. Fighting to defend against an aggressor is acceptable. Discuss Romeo Dahler's frustration about the situation in Rwanda. The UN would not provide backup. If they did, there would have been less casualties. He received no supplies or decisions and developed PTSD and suicidal tendencies. Discuss the concept and limits of state sovereignty. State sovereignty, free to apply laws in any way a country wants, legal control by state of its territory. Can allow states to do whatever they please for better or for worse. Differentiate between the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. The International Court of Justice is a civil court that hears disputes between countries. The ICC is a criminal court that prosecutes individuals. 4 types of crimes ICC can prosecute for: genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, aggression. Thoroughly discuss the role of the United Nations in one recent or ongoing international conflict. Mexican drug war. Essay question. The following question requires course material from all units to answer properly and fully. Find, gather, organize, and learn material to answer it. This exact question will not appear on the exam, but preparing for it will help prepare you for the essay question. Overall, what are the objectives of law? Why are these the objectives in 2023? What events, cases, legislation have led to or exemplified these? Or supported their establishment? Or reinforced their importance? How are these objectives met today? Protects society plus people. Acts as a deterrent. Maintains order. Resolves disputes. Establishes standards. Protects liberties. Criminal Code, the Constitution, Human Rights Acts. Think of one example in your life where law protects something. Identify what is being protected and how the law protects it. It can be a person, property, or a right. Cite the specific section of the Criminal Code of Canada or the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that protects this example you used. Identify and explain a situation in your life, besides driving, in which law serves to create order. Think about the activities in a regular day in your life. Identify and explain 5 specific examples of how the law regulates or influences your daily routine. Be detailed. Identify and explain a law in our society which you believe sets a moral standard, or is based on the values of our society. Why do you think law and morality are so closely related? 3 objectives of laws surrounding supporting and landmark cases. 3 landmark cases that exemplify this. What would you say to someone who says the charter is useless because of S? 33. Formative v. Substantive equality. Short answer.
Okay, alright, so I'm gonna watch something. What is the Oaks test?
According to
What is the Oaks
FREF.com,
test?
2020.
Thank you.
According to Department of Justice,
I'm gonna try to watch a video on it. This guy was good.
The limitations clause.
My back is killing me.
Makes sense. But how do you practically take something like that and apply it to a situation? Remember how we always talk about when things are complicated and we have these rules? We create more rules to help us uncomplicate things. So the Supreme Court of Canada, and most case law, you'll see these precedents that set out the rules and the laws for us. So that the next time this comes up, the judge can go, where's that checklist? I gotta look at that checklist, and so I can be consistent. And they created this test. And they created a test in the R.V. Oaks case that said something like this. If we're going to look at a piece of legislation and say, that infringes someone's charter rights, the first question we're going to ask ourselves is, does that legislation have as its objective a really, really important critical thing? And if it does, we're going to say, okay, it's passed the first test. Now we're going to move on to the next one, and we're going to say, how exactly is the statute limiting someone's right and freedom? And they'll say, well, we got to look at the way in which it's actually limiting it, and we'll look at whether or not there's any other way we could achieve the objective without trampling on someone's rights. And we'll try to make sure there's a balance between the measures we create and the actual objective of the legislation. And if we're going to create infringements, they better help us meet the objective. They can't just be arbitrary and unfair. So before I talk to you about the Oaks case, I want to give you a more simple example, because as you all know, I have a 16-year-old daughter, right? And if you don't know, you know now. And she used to be a lovely little thing, right? She wanted to hang around her parents, and she liked to converse with us, and she wanted to go to grandma's house, and we had conversations. And then she turned 16. And she lives in the basement, and we get grunts if we get anything, and that's it. And I'm going out of my mind. So I walked down the hall to a colleague of mine who's raised 4 teenagers who are, married, have children, and they're all wonderful human beings. And she said, Kathleen, I'm going to give you a piece of advice, and you have to follow it. I said, okay, what is it? She said, the only thing you have to do is keep her alive during the high school years. That's all your job is. You don't worry that she doesn't like you, and she doesn't want to talk with you, and she doesn't want to shop with you, and she ducks down in the car when you drive by her friends. You never mind that, and you just keep her alive. Because let me tell you what, when she turns 20, she's going to be a lovely human being again. And she's going to talk to you and interact with you, and it's all going to be good. I said, okay, this sounds pretty easy. I can do this. So let's say I decide to enact a piece of legislation, and I'm going to appoint all of you to the Supreme Court of Canada to weigh in on the quality of my legislation, that says she's going to be locked in my house every day now so I can keep her alive. From 3:30 when she gets home at school till 7 o'clock in the morning when she has to leave the next day. That's my legislation. Okay, Supreme Court justices, let's apply the test. First of all, do I have an important enough objective to pass a piece of legislation like that that very clearly overrides her rights and freedoms? What's my objective? Keeping her alive. Shame on you people nodding your heads no. That's not important enough, Kathleen. I think that's pretty important. So I know you're sitting there saying to yourself, that's unreasonable. Okay, and the courts might be able to do that too. So let's assume for now the Supreme Court of Canada agrees with me and says, Kathleen, that's a very good objective, keeping your daughter alive until she becomes a nice person again. And I say, okay, good. But now you say, wait a minute. Now let's look at how you are actually infringing on her rights and freedoms. Why were some of you going like this when I said, is that a good objective? why don't you think it's reasonable or good for me to lock her up from 3:30 in the afternoon till 7 o'clock in the morning, Monday to Friday, maybe weekends? No, she has free reign in the house. Free reign in the house. So why is that unreasonable? Or you all think I'm good? What do you think, Brittany? So it could create some socialization problems from her, but let's think about my objective. I'm sorry, my objective is keeping her alive. Cassie? Go ahead, Ashley. No, I don't think maybe she wouldn't be nice when she turns 20. But here's the thing, guys. Does that guarantee that she's going to stay alive if I lock her up like that? Will I achieve my objective? Okay, let's dump the social interaction. Let's talk simple things like the house could burn down, right? She's inside the house locked. Failed to achieve my objective. Not good. Right? My other students were quick to point out, maybe she'd fall down the stairs. They thought of all sorts of horrible things that could happen to my daughter inside my house while I thought she was safe. Never mind the fact that from 7 a.m. till 3:30, she is still outside of my care and control. She's getting on city buses. She's going to school. She's interacting with friends. I can't monitor her 24/7. So I am not likely to achieve my objective, first of all. Second of all, is the manner that I've chosen to limit her rights and freedoms as minimally impairing her as possible. That's that proportionality test. Is it a big infringement or is it a little infringement? Where do you fall on the big little scale on this one, guys? It's huge. Think of being 16 years old and not being let out of your house after school. The only thing in your life is school. Like, kill me now and get it over with, right? So it is not minimal. It's not minimal. And if you're going to trample on someone's rights, this clause isn't meant to allow people to trample with great big construction boots. It's meant like, get your ballet flats on, and I need you to trample very lightly if we're going to allow this to happen. That's what that is. Okay, so that's a bit of a silly example, right, that really is extreme. And the courts, don't have the benefit of...
Okay, so that was really good. So that was really good. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta find a pencil that works. Books test.
and most case law, you'll see these precedents that set out the rules and the laws for us. So that the next time this comes up, the judge can go, where's that checklist? I got to look at that checklist, and so I can be consistent. And they created this test. And they created a test in the R.V. Oakes case that said something like this. If we're going to look at a piece of legislation and say, that infringes someone's charter rights, the first question we're going to ask ourselves is, does that legislation have as its objective a really, really important critical thing? And if it does, we're going to say, okay, it's passed the first test. Now we're going to move on to the next one, and we're going to say, how exactly is the statute limiting someone's right and freedom? And they'll say, well, we got to look at the way in which it's actually limiting it, and we'll look at whether or not there's any other way we could achieve the objective without trampling on someone's rights. And we'll try to make sure there's a balance between the measures we create and the actual objective of the legislation. And if we're going to create infringements, they better help us meet the objective. They can't just be arbitrary and unfair. So before I talk to you about the Oakes case, I want to give you a more simple example, because as you all know, I have a 16-year-old daughter, right? And if you don't know, you know now. And she used to be a lovely little thing, right? She wanted to hang around her parents, and she liked to converse with us, and she wanted to go to grandma's house, and we had conversations. And then she turned 16. And she lives in the basement, and we get grunts if we get anything, and that's it. And I'm going out of my mind. So I walked down the hall to a colleague of mine. I said, okay, what is it? She said, the only thing you have to talk with you, and she doesn't want to shop with you, and she ducks down in the car when you drive by her friends. You never mind that. Being again. And she's going to talk to you and interact with you. It's all going to be good. So let's assume for now the Supreme Court of Canada. Okay, Supreme Court justices, let's apply the test. First of all, do I have an important enough objective to pass a piece of legislation like that that very clearly overrides her rights and freedoms? What's my objective? Keeping her alive. Shame on you people nodding your heads no. That's not important enough, Kathleen. I think that's pretty important. So I know you're sitting there saying to yourself, that's unreasonable. Okay, and the courts might be able to do that too. So let's assume for now the Supreme Court of Canada agrees with me and says, Kathleen, that's a very good objective, keeping your daughter alive until she becomes a nice person again. And I say, okay, good. But now you say, wait a minute. Now let's look at how you are actually infringing on her rights and freedoms. Why were some of you going like this when I said, is that a good objective? Why don't you think it's reasonable or good for me to lock her up from 3:30 in the afternoon till 7 o'clock in the morning, Monday to Friday, maybe weekends? No, she has free reign in the house. Okay. Free reign in the house. So
I don't know how long I can go. My back is killing me. I can't move. I'm either going to lay on the floor or go to the hospital. I will probably be right back. I'm gonna do a good 30-minute session on my own without the camera while I cry in pain. And maybe go to the hospital. This is bad. Okay, gotta go. Bye. I am back, and I am better than ever. We are getting through this shit. Come on, honeys. I don't know. I'm trying. Okay. Alright. Study. I'm doing the studies, Mummy. Are you happy, Mummy? Forget where I heard that. Mummy, are you happy, Mummy? It was really freaky, I remember. Drinking my hot chocolate, which is still really freaking hot. Alright. I've just not been having the best of my days.
Game time can happen anytime. So when sports call, be ready. With high protein and energy from Vector.
You don't need nobody to save you.
Search for search what to do. Alright, I'm doing this. Ready? Search warrant is a legal document issued by the court to increase police authority. Right? Act race rule of law governed by rule of law governed must be abolished by the law. Nobody is laws apply equally to innocent until proven guilty. Methods of trial. Combat What is strict liability? I have my eyes closed for reference. Strict liability is when the action itself is unneeded. Absolute liability is when there's no defense for it. 1 second. To absolute strict liability is the act of just doing it. You can be arrested for that and get charged for it unless you show that you did your best to prevent the crime. Absolute liability is there is no defense. This is the one that is fault is not an issue. What is the maximum sentence in international criminal law? 3 years. What are the parties involved in civil law and persons versus person and person versus organization? 2 parties, which is the plaintiff and defendant, and that are the 3 what? Alright, this is really bad. What are the 3 ways for police to get someone into legal custody? 2 face charges, and this is how they do it. Parents notice, arrested warrant, arrested on the spot.
Appearance noted.
This defense of Material. drive into a group of people and shoot a pellet gun in a crowd. Negligence is you're not fueling your dog. You're feeding it, you're not feeding your dog. Willful blindness is where suspects are transporting a brown plastic bag. It looks suspicious. And you ignore it just because it would inconvenience you. Oh yeah. What are the steps to legal arrest? Physical contacts, read your rights. Say you're under arrest and why. Identify yourself as the police. What are the types of summative laws? Summary offenses. Those are the light one, 2,000 maximum for a penalty. $2,000 fine. Oh yeah. 6 months in jail. Yep. Yes. Indictable offenses pretty much. Life in prison without parole. Rape for murder. Are the serious ones? Hybrid offenses where gets to choose. And can policy. In Canada's policy and who controls a crime scene, that would be the lead detective, unless there was a death on site. And then how is the continuity of evidence protected? This is protected by the crime scene is taped off and no one is. Alright. Crime scene tape is on around the scene. No scene is left unattended. Certain rules and procedures are followed to be followed for a crime scene. Certain rules and procedures are to be followed at the crime scene. Evidence should always be under police control. What is the judicial? The jurisdiction of the coroner. Responsibilities for determining the cause of the crime. Sorry, I'm back. I'm just a lot of pain right now. Responsibility for determining the cause of the circumstances. Death of a person in custody or institution or a daytime. Sudden unexpected deaths. Death from violence or suicide. Statute of law. Any law by Parliament, not Parliament, is written.
Any laws by Parliament, not common, written. Judicial independence.
Judicial independence. Judges should be impartial. Yes, they should. Natural law. Public law is person versus government. Charter of rights and freedoms protects basic rights of people that are essential. and obeying laws, discussing of the law, Constitution, idealism is that we should strive for a perfect world, so our laws should reflect like that. Is to stand by the decision. Conventions as part of the unwritten laws. Ways things are normally done. Expected to do normal things. Sources of law. Where our law comes from. These are primary or secondary sources. Anything that is laws themselves or discuss them in general. The Statue of Westminster in 1931. I know all troopers outside the power. Trial by combat. You are fighting of the person that you are having a disagreement with. Whoever dies is the one that was wrong. Whoever really survives, that's really horrible. Private law is the pretty sure. Between individuals, it's also called civil law. Rationalism. Upon us do about what is right and what's wrong. Feminist jurisprudence. Women are always using law to oppress us. Procedural law is anything about process of law. Rules that have been followed. The process of law. Positive law is man-written laws. Laws have been given us to by state. Which was 1949. What are the sources of the Canadian Constitution? Taken from the Aboriginals and the British. Upon what country does our judicial system in Canada slightly based on? British, obviously. It's common law. What is the criminal code of Canada? And what does it outline? Primary sources of law. Criminal code law that codefines criminal offenses and proceedings. In Canada, federal law is defining most of the criminal offenses that the Parliament of Canada has indicted. Okay. What are the rules in Canada?
Britain, specifically their common law traditions. What is the Criminal Code of Canada? What does it outline? Primary source of law. Criminal Code, law that codifies most criminal offenses and procedures in Canada. Federal law that includes definitions of most of the criminal offenses that the Parliament of Canada has enacted. What are the roles of the Canadian courts? They interpret the Constitution plus solve disputes. Courts will determine which level of government has jurisdiction over a particular subject matter. To stand by the decisions of higher courts. What cases do provincial courts try? And superior courts? Provincial arraigns accused, preliminary hearings for indictable cases and tries summary conviction cases, less serious cases. Superior hears all civil proceedings, more serious cases. What are Canadians' 4 fundamental freedoms? Can these ever be infringed? Freedom of conscience plus religion. Freedom of thought, belief, opinion and expression, including freedom of the press plus other media of communication.
What are the Canadian 5 fundamental freedoms? Religion, opinion, religion, opinion, religion, opinion, religion, opinion, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. So, religion,
Positive law. Written laws given to us by the state, X. Traffic laws. JCPC. Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, the highest court before the Supreme Court was. What are the sources of Canada's Constitution? Taken from the Aboriginals in Britain. Upon what country's judicial system is Canada largely based? Britain, specifically their common law traditions. What is the Criminal Code of Canada? What does it outline? Primary source of law. Criminal Code, law that codifies most criminal offenses and procedures in Canada. Federal law that includes definitions of most of the criminal offenses that the Parliament of Canada has enacted. What are the roles of the Canadian Court?
gonna pause it here, probably just realizing, probably be right back. I am back. Okay, what sources for the Constitution? It was written in Aboriginals. So I would say from here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Now I gotta go pee. Damn it, I'll be right back. I am back from the bathroom. Being a girl kinda sucks. Okay. Now we're gonna skip all the way down to here. My back hurts so bad. I am in such pain. Like, I cannot express how much pain I'm in right now. Fuck, I should have just went to the hospital or something. Okay, continue. Through pain. Is that it? Is that where I was? Yep. Alright, I'm just gonna listen to this one and then I'll go into other stuff.
What are the sources of Canada's constitution? Taken from the Aboriginals in Britain. Upon what country's Judy?
Holy shit, my back. Give me 1 second. Oh, fuck. That's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Okay. Alright. Where's the music at? Holy shit, where is it? I'm not very good at this. Yep. Let's go for some cursed shit. Best song. Studying for like 5 to 6 hours. Very fun. Alright, 1 sec. Where's my coffee? 1 sec. We'll see. I need coffee and my daily dose of sugar. Okay. Now I'm standing to prevent the pain in my back. Holy crap. Where's my stuff? Okay. This is going to be very bad. Oh, I see 2 people are watching. I don't know who the second one is. Hopefully someone I know and not a random stranger. Hopefully. Cross my fingers. Hope I know. It's not a random stranger. If it is, oh well. They ain't gonna see me ever again. Because they will realize that my shit is horrible. And the other one's probably Caleb. Alright. Oh my god, okay. Alright. Oh my god, okay. This English is gonna be horrible. What are the sources of Canadian Constitution taken from the Aboriginal and Britain? Oh, that's not correct. Or no, that's horrible. It's Indigenous. You're not supposed to say Aboriginal. Taken from Aboriginals and British. Okay. Upon what country justicular. I'm having a moment. Justice system did Canada largely base their legal system on Britain. Another person left. No one's gonna want to watch this for 4 more hours. What is the criminal code of Canada? What does it outline? What's the primary source of law? Criminal code law is the code codifies most criminal offenses and procedures in Canada. Federal law includes definitions. What criminal? Oh my god, my brain's so fried. What is the Criminal Code of Canada? What does it outline? What are the roles that Canadian courts imprint? I'm listening to this shit.
What are the roles of the Canadian courts? They interpret the Constitution plus solve disputes. Courts will determine which level of government has jurisdiction over a particular subject matter. To stand by the decisions of higher courts. What cases do provincial courts try? And superior courts? Provincial arraigns accused, preliminary hearings for indictable cases and tries summary conviction cases.
What does provincial courts try? Provincial does the less serious cases, and they're more about accused. Indictable cases and tries. Oh my god, my back! Holy crap. Okay, provincial would be less serious cases. Superior would be all civil proceedings, so divorces and shit like that. Okay, makes sense. Who the hell would go up to that level? Alright, my favorite that I will never remember on the exam. What are Canadians for? Fundamentals and freedoms. Freedom of religion and freedom of thought and belief and other shit. And freedom of peace and assembly. Freedom of association. All these rights can be infringed upon under the Section 1 or Section 33. What are the Canada's Final Court of Appeal until 1949? That is the GCPC count, whatever. It's the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. Who the fuck came up with that name? Not moi. It would be called the highest court in Canada because it makes it easier to understand that you know it's the highest court in Canada. Bam. I know. What is the Supreme Law of Canada? The Constitution means all laws must follow the Constitution. What is the jurisdiction of federal courts? What type of cases do they do? Provincial courts and shit. Federal court. They do legal disputes. And they do immigration and citizenship. I'm dying. Oh my god. Trademark and copyright issues. Unemployment. Oh dang, they do everything. National emergency shit. Cause it's the federal government. Yeah, I'm so tired. I have an exam. Oh, I have 3 viewers now. I'm famous. I'm just kidding. If you are on here, you have stumbled upon my horrible study habits. This is how I study. I'm sorry. It's 13 pages long. I'm on the 5th page and it's like 10 o'clock and I don't know how long the stream has been going. What does that say? Oh, appeals. Okay. Ready. Are appeals allowed to both provincial and federal government? Yes, they are both allowed appeals because they do, I guess, both federal and provincial. I'm so tired. Okay, ready? Let's go. How were we? The Treaty of Versailles and the Statute of Westminster steps in important to Canada's independence. Oh my god, Treaty of Versailles. That was the first time we signed some shit without the British people being like, bro, why don't you have us sign it for you? Then the Statute of Westminster in 1931 came along, and then we left Britain. We're not part of Britain. Oh, I lost a viewer. And then we became a part of Britain, and Britain merged. I don't know. Britain is on its own. We're not calling the thing of Britain anymore. Britain. Oh my god. In what way are our legal systems influenced by Rome? Rome also had courts and codes and lawyers. Okay, now we're done. Thank you for staying. If this is Caleb, if it's a random person, I'm scared. Just kidding. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Okay. each like a chord, is the first attempt at bringing Quebec into the Constitution. But they failed because this guy, his name Harper, last name Harper, he brought up the big lie, which is meaning that Canada was founded by just two guys, France and Britain. But no, that's a lie. The real truth is that it was founded by just the indigenous and France and England, I think. And then the Sheraton Accord, they failed a second time. How embarrassing. And then they tried to do the thing, and then they were like, oh no, we don't want the provincial government to get too much power. Oh no. Constitution, a set of laws containing the basic rules about our country operations. Yeah, the supreme law. Amending formula, the set of constitution requirement. Wait, no, shit. Condition required to make a change to our law, to the Constitution, because it's kind of hard to make changes to the Constitution, because it's important. And equality rights. Section 15 is equality rights, freedom of discrimination. Yeah, I'm so tired. Universal Declaration, oh my god, of Human Rights happened after World War II because it sucked during World War II, everything sucked. Anyways, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights came in to finding because World War II sucked and we don't want to repeat. So then it happened and we're happy now. Just kidding, because there's a lot of violations. And people need to get their shit together and not let any more happen because it sucks. Francophone is someone whose mother tongue is French. Anglophone is someone whose mother tongue is English. Aboriginal rights. Aboriginals have their own rights. Wait, no, it's not Aboriginal, it's Indigenous. They're putting the wrong stuff. Due to their long-standing use of land. Yeah. And land claims. Formal, oh my god. Formal demands by Aboriginal. No, Indigenous. It's not supposed to say that. By Indigenous people, ownership and control of lands that on which they live or have traditionally lived. Land claims. It's land claims. I didn't read land claims. Land. This is a French word. Pro-chan. Chain. I shouldn't be like this. I am French. I am French. I should know this. Anyways, this is a big speech. And he said, at the end of it, he was like, bruh, until next time, in 1980, because they tried to separate from Canada, and then Canada was like, yeah, no, we ain't giving you our resources and letting you say independent. So, either with us or you're not. And he was like, until next time. Hey. And, yeah. Treaty of Versailles. Treaty of Versailles was our first thing that we did try to get independence for, because it's the first document we signed without the British people on our ass. State of Westminster, Harry went over this stuff. It is the shit, because we are not part of Britain's colonies anymore. Ha ha ha. I'm so tired. Bill of Rights, this was passed in 1960, August 10th, introduced due to World War II, as well as Okay, Bill of Rights was it was brought in because we were worried about unfair treatment of citizens. And then John Diefenbaker, whatever his name is, he did that. He did the thing. Democratic rights. Section 355 is the right to vote and try to go to be prime minister or president, whatever country you're from. Human rights, yeah. Human rights that apply. Human rights is you just need to be a human to get them. That's it. The Night of the Long Knives. I just imagine a bunch of like guys in wigs coming at each other with long, like bread knives. And you're like, long knives. No, that's not what happened. The Night of the Long Knives. Is there other thing they did shitty to Quebec? Right? Our premiers met that night and wrote the Constitution. Without Quebec, they stabbed Quebec in the back, and that's why it is called Long Knives. Alright. Separatism is where Quebec separated from Canada. The teacher, Archie Keekster, the teacher that was promoting anti-Semitic ideas, yeah. Oh my god. Affirmative action is a thing where they did it. It's a way for, when women came into the workplace, they had affirmative action where more women would be hired than men because it would account for the imbalance that's in the workforce at the time because we weren't allowed to work. So yeah. Personal cases. The term man was excluded into women, including women. Therefore, women were considered people. This weird word was the guy that did that speech. Constitution Act of 1982 is the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Constitution itself, amending formula. I don't know what that means. Mobile rights, yeah. To move in out of Canada, amending formula. The set of Constitution requirements to make changes to the Constitution, yeah. Lobby groups, anti-abortion shit, and federalism. There's one federal and many smaller provincial governments, but they work together. Sovereign. I cannot read. Can I comment? 1 sec. I go get phone. 1 second. Kulululu. 1 second. I do the Googles and get on these streamy weenies. Oh my god. How long have I been streaming? What does that say? Bitch, what you mean the good old days? What you mean the good old days? I'm a fan, sir. I'm a fan by that girl. How dare you? Angie noises. How long has my stream been going on? Oh, it's been longer than 2 hours. There's no way this has been going on. This stream has to be going on. It had to be going on longer. Am I wrong? Right, Caleb? It should be going on longer. Okay, I don't know what this deal is. It should have been going on longer. It says 2 hours. Yeah, no, because I've been on this since 7 o'clock. How would it be only for 2 hours? That's weird. That's weird. Okay. Sovereign association. Half in, half out. That's the best way to describe it. When Quebec was like, nah, nah, nah. We want your resource sales. But we don't want to be a part of you. We want to be by ourselves. So, like a angsty teen, they were like, no. And then Canada was like, fine, go live on your own. You won't get any of our shit. You won't get any of our resources. And they were like, oh, then no. And then I was like, what? You surprisingly didn't like that? Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. I'm so tired. Kill me now. Know what that is. What page am I on? Oh, fuck, you gotta be kidding me. Alright. I'm gonna drink some more of my coffee and I'm gonna get more into this. I know, Caleb, but like, it says on my phone, like, it says 2 hours. It says 2 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, it says 2:19. I'm like, I don't get it. It makes no sense. I'm so sad. My longest stream so far. Actually, no, I think I have a Batman stream that went on for 10 hours. It was really bad. I have hot chocolate mixed with milk and a ton of coffee. I feel the caffeine. See, I don't drink coffee, so when I drink coffee, I get really hyper, and my back pain is so bad right now. Oh my god, my ears are ringing. One sec. Alright, I'm gonna go and get some water, maybe try to dilute that. That's funny, me going to the doctor. No, my doctor takes 4 months to see. Ha 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 ha, free healthcare is so good, but then they don't want to see you. I'm not kidding. Oh my god, okay. And I did go to the doctors, and he said it was unnatural about how much I lose, and that I lose so much that that's why I faint regularly and faint down the stairs. Yeah. Yup. I am back. Oh my god. I will never see doctor. Oh my god, scarf. I should heat up this scarf and then put it on my. Oh my god. Okay, got more. Got more pages, more coffee. More coffee. Okay. I got this. Let's go. The human tribunal is the thing where you go to court for being a little inappropriate in the workplace. You suck. Then the Human Rights Commission are the police for the Human Rights Court. Oh dang, they're gonna, I don't know what they do, that's it. They have fancy names, but they're just Human Rights Police, Human Rights Court, Human Rights Tribunal, Human Rights Commission. Just call them Human Rights Police and Human Rights Court. It's so easy. Okay. In regard to Canadian federalism, what is the big lie? The big lie is that I'm gonna get the robot to say it. I can't say it. My brain's too done.
The big lie, despite the claim that Canada was made up of two founding nations, English and French, the statement disregards the fact that the Aboriginals were Canada's first inhabitants. This was identified by Elijah Harper. What were the Charlottetown and Mechlake Accords? What were their purposes? Were they passed? Why or why not? What major players were involved? Short answer.
One sec, I just need
to... Lake Accord, the first...
Okay, I'll be right back. Be right back. Just in immediate pain. One sec. I wonder if that's how contractions are supposed to feel when you give birth. It truly feels like it. It hurts. Quite a lot. Okay, there we go. Feels on the microphone. Oh, that feels like contractions or some shit. Ready? What were the Charlottetown and Meech Accord? Alright, this one I already know. Meech Accord was the first attempt that Canada had with trying to bring Quebec into the Constitution. They failed because this dude Elijah Harper was like, the big lie. And they were like, what? And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah. And they were like, what? And then the Charlottetown was the section proposal. And other failed attempt to try to bring Quebec into the Constitution. Then they were like, but we don't want the division of power between the federal government and the provincial government to be different. Like, we want the provincial to have more than... No, we want the federal government to have more, not the provincial to have more. So then they dumped it there. Neither was passed. Oh, no. You can't make me feel bad right now, back. We are not feeling pain. Fuck you, period. What is the section of 33, Charter 33, and when is it used? Alright. The notwithstanding clause used to justify the charter right infringements give Parliament in Canada the power to override certain portions of the charter for 5-year terms when passed legislation. So it's not even permanent, which is nice. It's not nice that they get to do that, but it still sucks that if it was permanent. Okay. Is discrimination allowed? Yes, as outlined in the Charter, Section 5.2, affirmative action, which is the way to govern discrimination throughout workforces. Discrimination is allowed, but only in certain circumstances. Alright. The Oaks test I will come back to later. Compared equal before the law and equality before the law. Treatments treat similar people in a similar matter before justice and... Alright, I'm gonna have the robot read this one out.
First attempt to
Oh shit.
equality before the law treats similar people in a similar manner before a judge, essentially equality. Equal protection and benefit under the law, individuals receiving distinctive treatment in order to achieve true equality, equity.
Okay, equity.
Explain the controversy over Quebec's
So, equality, equity, prevent... Okay. So the sign law, Quebec wanted to make French lettering bigger than English lettering, and they were like, nah, we're understanding cause, shut the fuck up. And they were like, eh. Alright. Ready?
List several
List
mechanisms
seven
available to protect the rights of Canadians.
I forgot. I gotta say it. List 7 mechanisms available to protect the rights of Canadians. The CCRF, criminal... Okay, I gotta sit down. Oh my god. Son of a bitch. Maybe I should go to the hospital. Caleb, should I go to the hospital? It hurt bad. Hospital. It feels like I give birth, but no birth. So there's no point to it. There's no point to the pain! Okay, I'm gonna go sit. Oh shit. My headphones are gonna die soon too. They've been on for 6 hours, no shit. Hey, that's pretty impressive. My headphones lasted 6 hours. Okay. The seven mechanisms available to protect the rights of Canadians. The Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms. Criminal Code, yes. Provincial, federal, and territorial laws. Bill of Rights, Ontario Human Rights Commission. International legislation issued there, blah, 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 blah. Another thing. That means agreement must be kept. Roman Statute 1996 established the ICJ and opened 4 years later. NGO is non-governmental organization, non-profit organization that operates without funding from any government. Mostly commonly, these organizations are in issues that are relevant to social and political issues in various. So Greenpeace. Yep, makes sense. Genocide, know what it is. Open.
Opinio juris. An opinion of law or necessity. Extradition. Delivering a fugitive to another country to face trial. Treaty. An agreement by sovereign states. United Nations. Founded in 1945 after the Second World War by 51 countries committed to maintaining international peace and security, developing friendly relations among nations and promoting social progress, better living standards and human rights.
Oh, I
Just
should go to the
cautions.
hospital, yeah.
Compelling law. Diplomatic immunity.
Just conscience. What does that mean? Oh, fuck my back.
Just cautions. Compelling law. Diplomatic immunity. Special privileges that protect foreign diplomatic representatives from criminal plus civil proceedings exist in a weird kind of
I can do this.
lawlessness.
Come on.
Asylum.
I can do
Being
this.
protected.
Asylum
ICJ International
Wait, I
Court
know
of
it's great.
Justice. Principal judicial organ of the United Nations. Geneva Convention's War Crimes. Rules of War, protects combatants and civilians. X. Treatment of prisoners of war. Judicial non-judicial. Making laws plus policies to regulate international law, letting judges decide things using
Okay, now I'm gonna start singing this because I'm not gonna remember. Just collegians, whatever it is, complying with the law. Diplomatic immunity. I represent the country in Sweden and I murder someone. Asylum, being protected. ICJ, International Court of Justice, Principal Justice Organ of United Nations, Geneva Conventions, War Crimes, Rules of War, protecting combatants and civilians, treatment of war prisoners, not judicial, non-judicial, making laws and policies to require international law, letting justice decide things, using weapons, military force, refugees, someone who flees to another country because their life is in danger. ICC, International Criminal Court. Yeah. There. Did I put anything for international? ICC, what did I put? Oh shit. Okay. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, it's okay. I'm all good. I'm not dying. I don't need to go to the hospital. I'm not going to the hospital. I must study for exams. Okay. ICC is whatever. I'm so tired. Oh my god. An international tribunal seated in the Netherlands. I want to go to the Netherlands. Dang. I'm so tired. Okay. Oh, this is my exam questions. Right? No. No, these are the stupid questions I hate so much. International law, body of rules, establishes by customs or treaties, and recognizes by nations the binding relationship between one another. In international issues, isn't imposed, requires countries' cooperation. Countries can enter/leave agreements anytime, may face consequences by breaking them. Why are the charter and Oh, these are the fucked up cases. Holy shit, these cases were fucked up. I shall tell you about the fucked upness of this. Charlie Ning was murdered and raped many women and children and babies, I think, and then came to Canada, and then was found, and it was like, oh shit, and then the US took him. And normally, if someone is going to be sent to death row and they were here, then normally we'll pose it and say, hey, if we give this guy to you, can you just not kill him? Like, put him in jail for life. Just don't kill him, because like that's not a part of our ideals and this and that. And many people argue that we should kill people, but it's just not humane. And I feel like no one has. This is something that's always stuck with me, is that no one has the right to take another person's life. As much as Adolf Hitler, as much as he's an asshole and he deserves to suffer, you have no right to take his life and no one else does. Maybe it would be good if he died, but like, I'm not gonna do it. Someone else can if they want, but no one has the right to do it. Just like how if I went over and stabbed you, I have no right to stab you. It's not cool. Stabbing is not cool. Don't stab people, okay, kids? Okay, so he skipped Hannah, and he was it the CCRF? So I think he did face the death penalty. No, maybe he didn't. Is he on death row? I don't. It's implying here that he's not, but I remember he was. Like, I remember he was when I remember looking at it. These are people that are really smart and know shit, so ignore the video. I gotta look this up. California will uphold the Dallas I don't know. Upholds the death penalty for silly kids con your camera. This week. I'm assuming that's him. So I guess he's still on death row. Look how old the guy is. Like, he's still on death row. He doesn't know when he's gonna die. Like, that's cruel and unusual torture, which is against our rules, but I guess we just kind of send it back. And this dude was in Argentina, but then was smuggled back to Israel, because the people in Israel were like, fuck him, he killed people. And then I think they did the trial live, and it was like really bad on Israel, because they took away Argentina's sovereignty. Like, pretty much they took away Argentina's sovereignty, because it was Argentina's choice to say, no, we want him. You know what I mean?
Capital T. He crimes of Eichmann weren't committed in Israel, nor was it a country when he committed the crimes.
It's true.
Describe the dynamic makeup of the United Nations Security Council.
Are you just gonna...
Permanent members are France, Russia, Great Britain, US and China. Responsible for maintaining peace and security. Determines existence is threatening peace and finds ways to solve disputes. 10 non-permanent seats serve for 2-year terms. Describe how the UNSC functions. Needs 9/15 votes. Doesn't pass if any permanent member votes no. Outline the sources of international law. Not short answer. Customary practices. Countries do things because they feel it is the right thing to do. Formal agreements, forms of agreement between 2 or more countries, impose obligations that countries must abide by.
I probably should read this
X.
stuff because I don't remember half this stuff. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Describe the dynamic. Oh my god, this is so bad. Makeup of the United Nations Council, Security Council. Permanent members are France, Russia, Great Britain, US, and China. Responsible for maintaining the peace and security. Determines existing threats, peace, and finds ways to solve disputes. 10 non-permanent seats serve for 2-year terms. They need 9 out of 15 votes to pass something. And if one permanent member votes no, it's no. So if China votes against a greenhouse thing, then it's no. So we don't get to better our world because one shitty country doesn't want to do it. Yeah, that's really bad. Horrible. Outlines the sources of international law, customary practices, countries that do things because they feel like it, and it's in the right formative agreements. Forms that agree to between 2 countries or more. Impose obligations that the countries must abide by. Treaties and conventions and acts. Judicial decisions and teachings. Decision made by international courts of justice and domestic courts are considered to be previous. Alright, I'm gonna do this one.
Judicial decisions and teachings. Decisions made by the International Court of Justice and domestic courts are considered to be of persuasive value. Decisions can be consulted but of no binding force.
Okay.
General principle, things accepted as law by civilized nations. X. Fighting to defend against an aggressor is acceptable. Discuss Romeo Dahler's frustration about the situation in Rwanda. The UN would not provide backup. If they did, there would have been less casualties. He received no supplies or decisions and developed PTSD and suicidal tendencies.
Holy shit.
Discuss the concepts and limits of state sovereignty. State sovereignty, free to apply laws in any way a country wants, legal control by state of its territory. Can allow states to do whatever they please for better or for worse. Differentiate between the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. The International Court of Justice is a civil court that hears disputes between countries.
Yes.
The ICC is a criminal court that prosecutes individuals. 4 types of crimes ICC can prosecute for. Genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, aggression. Thoroughly discuss the role of the United Nations in one recent or ongoing international conflict. Mexican drug war.
Right.
Essay question.
I'm gonna change that one to what I... Oh, shit. To what I did with my group. Which was... I gotta find it. We here, bam, boobert. Boober to Hubert. Hoober, boober, boober. I'm gonna want to put Israel versus Palestine because that's my project. I totally wasn't paying attention during hers. I know it is, it's just I don't know enough to be. Alright. So, this is the thing. I'm gonna work on this, and I'm probably gonna do everything, but first I'm gonna watch again, this Oaks test video because she describes it really well, and I'm still having problems not understanding it. Because it's the part... Caleb, are you still there? I have questions. And I need Teacher Caleb to tell me, because this is what it says. Alright? And I need your opinion on this, because it's actually freaking hard to understand. So let's go to... One second, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom again because I'm drinking coffee. One sec. I have risen. Where's my headphones? I have them. My question I got answered already. I forgot. I have a cousin in the other room who's an accountant. And I was like, wait, maybe she can answer it. I figured it out. Thank you, Kayla, for offering though. Have you studied at all? Like, at all? Anything? Caleb gone. Caleb gone. Sad. Caleb gone. I'm lonely now. Oh shit. No wonder it felt like I was doing this. I did. Just not as much as you. Oh, you're not gone? Okay. Well, I think I may have given birth. I don't know what I shall call this thing, but it will be called Lumpy. I love making people question what I'm talking about. What the hell is that? Yep, that's Lumpy. Calling it Lumpy. I had a baby, and its name's Lumpy, and that's why I was in so much pain. His middle name's Chunky, and last name, Celery. Chunky, Lumpy, Celery. Yeah. Okay, what page was I on? I think I got all the way down past here. Okay. I think I'm done. I'm done. So I'm not done, but like I'm done for now. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and then I gotta go and write out everything I just studied. Yes, I just said just studied. I wrote half of. Here, actually, I'll send you a picture of how much I wrote out. Oh my god, Trinity texted me, and she's like, "You're still at this?" She's like, You've been streaming for 6 hours. You've been streaming for 6 hours. 6 hours, Alex! 6 hours! That's what Trinity texted me. Still streaming. I just didn't call my dad and say goodnight because it's going to bed soon. officially longest stream. Did you know there's such a thing? There's a girl that goes online and she streams, but she's sleeping, and she actually gets more views when she's sleeping than when she's up. And when she wakes up, she just like, all the views go down. Everybody's like, like, I don't know. Kind of funny. Be fun. I've set up guacamole and chips as my snack. Let's see, on my phone it said it was 2 hours. My phone says it's only been 2 hours. Oh, alright, it says it's been 6 minutes. So I guess it's whenever I join. Pickles are like my newfound snack. I bought a jar of pickles that never went back. Okay. Oh my god. Let's sit down. Oh, all the pain is rushing into my blood. Okay, 7 hours. Oh. Wait, what? Okay, this is still one of the fan-made ones. Okay, I was like really excited because I saw that my show opened a new thing. Oh my god, that baby is so hot. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to have, just to take a break, I'm gonna have some stuff playing in the background. Okay. Oh my god, where's... There we go. Sounds like I'm taking shit. I have to go. I hope you pass. Oh, thank you, Caleb. Have a good night. I'm gonna be doing the goods, which is the written part of my exam. I now have to study for the exam portion, like the essay. Anyways, I see you. I'm gonna do homework. More work. I'm so tired. Where is this? Alright. I just need to find... I was just gonna watch Murdoch Mysteries, though. You're gonna make Murdoch Mysteries. I was gonna watch Murdoch Mysteries. Do you not wanna watch Murdoch Mysteries episode 14? Oh, that's Miraculous Ladybug. Yeah, this is coming out soon. No spoilers, I'm super excited. I have problems. Okay, you know now to make fun of me. I have problems. Oh wait, why am I... No, Murdoch Mysteries. I'm looking at Murdoch Mysteries here. season 16. Which ones have I watched? I think I watched up to episode 10.
For the visionaries who think ahead and get ahead. The ones who not only dream, they...
That's what I'm here to collect. Huh.
Okay, I will be doing stuff. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
I just finished technically. I went through all of my exam stuff. 1 second, I'm gonna pause my stream. I just probably should just pause it. They can't hear you, but. We're going live, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to put you, lovely, in the corner here, right over here, so I can have all my work still be up. I want to find a nice little area. Can I, like, split screen you? I don't need that. Oh, that works. Oh shit, no. Okay, that works. Just like, can I just put this down? Oh, but
If you're that fast, you should test your mettle in the track and field meet today.
Oh, yes. You could compete in the 100 or 200 meter dash. I imagine you would do very well.
How fast are those boys running?
Some of the men are running the 100 meters in under 11 seconds.
11 seconds.
11 seconds? Come on.
You think you could run it faster than that?
When those boys break 10 seconds, give me a call. I'll give them the race of their life.
Ten seconds.
10 seconds. Oh my god.
Why should we be at his beck and call? We aren't servants. He's jerking us around like puppets on a string.
Gotta mix my guacamole.
I purchased it this morning.
Are you sure?
Quite serious.
Are you sure?
It'll all be done soon.
Oh,
Everything will be back to normal again.
back to normal.
Finally realized what's important. Being a man. For you.
He's got Stockholm syndrome.
Walter Knox told us that you are desperate to win the 100 meter dash, so you'll be considered for the Olympics.
Pretty high stakes, especially for a colored man hoping to represent Canada.
Unbelievable. Knox uses any opportunity to throw dirt on my name.
Have you been trying to knock out your competition?
Why would I need to? None of these men have ever beat me in a foot race.
No?
Look, I might not be as loud as Scorch or as seasoned as Knox, but I have proven myself to be the best in the field with actual results. No talk.
But is it true that you need to win today's race to go to the Olympics? Perhaps you needed Scorch out of the way to guarantee your win.
Guarantee? Guarantee? I have no guarantee. You really think winning this race is gonna make any difference? Win one race, win two, that's not gonna change anybody's mind. People like Walter Knox will never think I'm good enough, no matter what I do.
Begging your pardon, but isn't that even more reason to get your competitors out of the way?
You're not hearing me. I'm a colored man. I could be the last runner in all of Canada and still stay home. I'm not stupid enough to kill another competitor and assume I'll be on easy street to the Olympic Games.
Characterizes as a bunch of hysterical women. Nothing about the organization at all.
I told you, it's like talking to a brick wall. Those men will never take us seriously.
We need to do something. Something to get us some publicity. You should enter that race today.
But there are no women's races.
Just race the men.
Oh, yes. I like that. Dr. Ogden, what on earth are you feeding your baby?
Oh, it's a hydration draft my husband concocted to help Susanna recover from her illness.
Gamer juice.
Potassium and a pinch of salt and sugar.
It's gamer girl juice.
It works like a charm. And it's delicious. Would you like to try some? It's blueberry flavored.
Maybe another time.
It's gamer fluid.
Oh,
my father's calling. 1 second.
Hello?
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, Dr. Julia Ogden. Oh, Mrs. Hart.
I started with algor mortis for time of death, which indicated the victim had died 10 hours prior to discovery, but...
Yes?
There was some inconsistencies when I tested the stomach contents later on.
Is everything all right, Mrs. Hart?
Oh, quite fine, just tired. Here we are. Please take a look. Food is broken down less than it should be for a 10-hour time frame.
So your estimated time of death is off?
Yes. The stomach contents suggest the victim died only 8 hours prior to discovery.
How curious. I do love a deathly conundrum. Oh, what is that?
What?
Look.
Oh, something has separated.
Mercury?
Precisely.
Found in the victim's stomach contents.
Could it have been an ingredient in a tincture of some sort?
Well, I've seen it in all kinds of remedies and medicines. I wouldn't be at all surprised if athletes thought a small amount might help them run faster.
But this was no small amount. We believe he was poisoned.
What's this all about?
You, be quiet. One of you is a killer, and we're going to find out who.
Timothy, what's happening?
They haven't told us anything, Father.
This is ridiculous. You have no right to be going through their things.
Step back, sir. Don't interfere with police procedure.
Just tell us what you're looking for and we'll point you in the right direction.
Mind your own business.
Nothing here, sirs.
Inspector,
What is it?
I saw Mr. Archibald using this to move equipment earlier. Look.
Blood. Do you think the killer used this to move the body?
It certainly would explain why no one heard a murder being committed out in the middle of the field.
Hey, how long will this take? Can I get into the cold cure in the meantime? We just finished the prelims.
Yeah, the finals are coming up next, and I need to get ready.
Hold your horses. We'll be done soon enough.
Sirs, have a look at this.
Mercury. You are coming with us, sir.
This is ridiculous.
Mr. Irons, please calm down.
Calm down. You're harassing my son, and right before his race, no less.
I told you, sir, the detective just has a few questions, and if all is well, your son will be free to go.
We don't have time for this. His race is at 4 o'clock, and he still has to have his warm-up massage.
Sir, please.
I will not allow you blundering brigadiers to distract my son and disrupt his competitive temperament.
Yes. I gave him a little Quicksilver, but it was just to slow him down. There's no way that's what killed him.
But he is dead, and you've just admitted to being the one who poisoned him.
But it can't be. I didn't mean to kill him. Scorch and I have always had this tit for tat, but I never hated him. It was more of a spirited rivalry.
A rivalry that included poisoning.
You'd have to be a sportsman to understand. I did no less than what he's done to me time after time.
You're saying Mr. Scorch has poisoned you in the past?
Not just me. He did it all the time. He'd poison the entire field and walk to victory. Don't you see? I was just getting back at him. And I swear, I only give him enough to make him queasy and sluggish.
Be that as it may, he is dead. So you will be kept in our cells until charges can be brought against you.
But what about the race?
Mrs. Hart, you called?
We did. There's been something of a revelation.
We?
Dr. Ogden and I have been working on confirming the cause of death.
William, Mr. Scorch definitely suffered mercury poisoning. It caused kidney damage and a unique rash on his upper body.
But that isn't the whole story.
There's a second very distinctive rash on his leg.
In addition, Found a significant amount of bloody discoloration in the synovial fluid in his knees.
He was an athlete. It could have been an injury.
I initially thought the same, but along with the other symptoms, it suggests something else.
The biggest curiosity was the presence of urine in the interstitial tissue.
Urine? How odd.
It's called cold diuresis. When the body is trying to preserve warmth, the blood vessels constrict, and the kidneys purge all unnecessary fluid.
It results in a large production of urine. When the bladder becomes full, urine has nowhere to go, and so it seeps into the surrounding tissue.
A rash? Hemorrhaging? Cold diuresis? What does this all mean?
In combination, they occur in only one specific instance. This man wasn't poisoned. He died of hypothermia.
Let's go, Timothy. We've wasted enough time here already.
Not so fast, Mr. Irons. Although I no longer believe your son killed Mr. Scorch, he has admitted to intentionally poisoning him.
I told you, it was nothing more than he'd done to me.
A crime, nonetheless.
You have to let him race.
I intend to, as a gesture of goodwill. However, I do need your help, Mr. Irons. Mr. Knox mentioned taking a cold cure. I need you to tell me what that is.
I can do you one better. I'll show you. The cold cure is Coach Kittering's revolutionary after-workout therapy. You fill a wooden barrel with water and ice. After a hard practice, you submerge yourself to your neck for 10 minutes. Afterwards, your body comes out refreshed.
I suppose reducing swelling and muscle damage would aid the body's ability to recover?
Ridiculous. Kittering doesn't know what's what. Cold's no good for muscles. Hot massages are far more effective therapy.
Truly, whenever I get into the cold cure, I feel like I might have a heart attack.
Scratches.
What?
We found splinters under Scorch's fingernails. Someone held him down in the water with this lid. Coach Kittering, a word, please?
Arthur? Oh, there you are. You didn't do it, did you? Arthur! Arthur!
And what exactly was he supposed to do? I mean, if it's any consolation, I can help do whatever needs doing.
You killed him.
What does it look like? I got rid of a problem. You should never have sent a boy to do a man's job. Of course, I knew you two were plotting to kill me. Every chance you got, huddled together, whispering so loudly. The deaf man across the street probably knew what you were up to.
If you knew, why didn't you do something?
And miss out on the chance of watching you two bumble about? Oh no, I quite enjoyed the show.
What happened?
I was sitting in the parlor minding my God-given business. And I see this fool in the mirror creeping up behind me, gun drawn. I did what I had to do. It was self-defense, sweetheart.
You could have easily overpowered him. You didn't have to kill him.
Why wouldn't I? Why shouldn't I? If he was gonna keep trying to get rid of me, then fair game. Now what to do about you? Oh, oh. Do it. Ever the failure, Violet. Now, what do you suppose we do about poor old Arthur here?
Now's an amazing time to bring your health skills to communities in Victoria.
Mr. Kittering, Mr. Scorch died of hypothermia, caused by being held down inside one of your cold cure barrels. The temperature in the barrel today is about 45 degrees. It would have taken approximately 1 hour for Mr. Scorch to lose consciousness and subsequently die.
Yes, well, all right. Perhaps 45 degrees is a tad too cold.
Perhaps this is your moment to be truthful.
I found Scorch dead in the barrel. I didn't know what to do, but I did know that if his death was tied to my cold cure remedy, that would be the end of my therapy, my club, and my career as a coach. So I panicked.
You covered it up.
The sprinters were out on the field playing around with the javelins, and so when they left, I redressed Scorch's body. I put it in the wagon, and I brought it out onto the field.
Once the body was out there, you ran it through with the javelin.
I wanted to make it look like an accident.
To make it appear as though one of the sprinters had done it.
Yes. But I didn't intend any of them to be blamed for it. I was just trying to protect myself. You have to believe me. I didn't kill him. I covered it up, but I didn't kill him. I'm innocent.
Innocent might not be the word I would use, Mr. Kittering.
And the purpose of this, sir?
We need to determine exactly how the victim was held down inside the cold cure barrel. Now kneel down, Henry.
Sir?
Get on with it, Higgins. You're not in any real distress.
That's what you think.
All right. Now, Henry, push up with all of your might. All right. All right. Ah, what is that?
What's wrong, Meadow?
Someone has gotten oil or something on the handle. It smells like mentholated ointment.
Pungent.
Julia used something like this with Susanna when she was ill recently.
Sirs?
Yes, Higgins, you can get out.
No. I came across an ointment like that myself. There was a jar of it in Timothy Iron's locker.
It's a special heated ointment my father makes himself. He uses it when he gives me my race massages.
We found traces of it on the cold cure barrel in the locker room where Mr. Scorch was killed.
I didn't kill him. He was alive when I left the track, and I was with the 100-meter men for the rest of the night. You can ask them.
You could have slipped away unnoticed.
Well, ask my father then. He stayed behind to pack up my things and lock up. I didn't get back till 1 a.m. You finished? I have a race to run.
For now. Mr. Irons is the only person who uses that ointment.
Not quite. There is one other.
Are you sure about this?
We'll see.
What are you doing?
Racing.
You most certainly are not.
Aye, aye. What's all this then?
On Earth.
Miss Roswell, please step back.
No.
Why are you bothering me? I'm here to see my son race.
Mr. Irons, what time did you pack up on Friday evening, and what time did you leave?
Packing up didn't take long. I left shortly after Timothy.
Was there anyone else left at the track?
Not that I saw.
Did you happen to touch the cold cure barrels at any point?
No.
Then how do you explain us finding a smear of your special mentholated ointment on one of the handles?
Gentlemen, please escort Miss Roswell from the track.
Again, I ask you, did you have cause to touch the cold cure barrels?
Especially when you said yourself the treatment didn't work.
You keep your hands off her.
Stop it! I'll get after
Get off of me!
Much obliged, Miss Roswell.
My pleasure.
Mr. Irons, you are under arrest for murder. Why would you do this? Just so your son could win?
You would snuff out a young athlete in the prime of his career just for a race?
I would do anything for my son.
Including murder.
Timothy was the best until Scorch started poisoning him. That mercury stuff permanently messed him up.
The poison had lasting effects?
After the sabotage, Timothy tried to get back into the swing of things. He never regained his full strength.
Over time, mercury can damage motor skills and cause irreparable lung damage.
The last straw was that shameless cur boasting at the press conference after all he'd done. He was no champion. He was a fraud.
And you are now a murderer.
Conquer winter in the 2023 Kia Seltos. Kia, movement that inspires.
I suppose we can see what she can do.
On your marks. Get set. And go! Go, Iggy!
Wow. A very fast time for Miss Roswell. Better than some of the men I coach.
And the women?
I have no idea how fast a woman can run.
Well, hopefully you'll find that out one day when we're finally invited to the games.
Then I await that day.
Who was that lady?
Oh, that's Miss Iggy Roswell.
She's so fast.
She certainly is. What's your name?
Myrtle Cook. One day, I'm going to be just like her. You were amazing. I came last. You were still amazing.
I have to say I agree with her.
Well, thank you. I am quite thirsty, though.
Ooh. Really, you should try this.
Is that the baby's drink?
Yes, but it's rich with electrolytes. It'll help you replenish the fluids that you've lost.
Wow, what a thirst quencher. This could really catch on.
Have some more.
So sweet of you to take care of your husband. I'm sure he's resting in peace. Fitting that he's buried where he planned to bury me.
What do you have planned for me?
I guess I'll keep you around.
I could give you all the money. I'll start over.
Oh, no need for all that. All I ask is that you do me one favor. Don't ever try to kill me again. Your prints are all over this. So play nice. You and me. Together we're gonna tear up this town.
right or you're wrong.
Oh, Scott, yes.
Hold on, sit there.
You were right.
What do you want?
What have you done to me?
I didn't do anything.
You liar! You did this to me! Let go!
Are you all right?
Bloody hell, man, what do you think you're doing? I have to go. There's no more time.
Dear God, he's getting worse.
You ready for today?
I am indeed. This is a rare treat.
A gift from Mrs. Hart. And one deserving of the day. Frank Rhodes is finally going to trial.
Yes, and I'm the one who gets to put him away.
Not just you. There's an eyewitness.
Yes, but I'll be delivering the coup de grâce. They're still warm.
William, every Monday morning you buy those scones, and every Monday morning I refuse them. You know I loathe those things.
It's her loss. Well, we will celebrate tonight.
You don't usually relish in an execution.
This time I'm willing to make an exception.
Let's continue. Politics in Canada.
Ah, Murdoch. I'm off to court in an hour. I'm just going through the final details with Mr. Bent.
Hello, Nigel Bent.
Detective.
You're worried.
No. You all right?
Perhaps a bit jittery. It's not every day you have to face Frank Rhodes.
All you have to do is tell the truth about what you saw.
And that was?
I saw Frank Rhodes choke the life out of Wallace Franklin, the prison guard.
Then I will support your testimony. I will give an account of my associations with Frank Rhodes. I will tell of his misdeeds, his kidnapping of my wife, my daughter, and together we will ensure that...
No. Get away. Leave me alone. What is it, Mr. Bent? No. Look, get away from me!
Mr. Bent, please.
Bloody hell. What just happened, Murdoch?
I have no idea. Delayed?
Just 24 hours.
They allowed Rhodes that liberty.
I requested it.
You? Why?
Because my key witness is now in the morgue. Mr. Bent's testimony was the linchpin in our case against Frank Rhodes. Now we need time to strategize now that the late Mr. Bent is no longer part of it.
You have Murdoch?
Yes, and his testimony might be enough, but I would rather do due diligence to ensure a conviction. Would you not agree?
The man threatened my wife and child. Do what you have to secure a conviction. One more day shouldn't make a difference.
Gentlemen.
For the visionaries who think ahead and get ahead. The ones who not only dream, they deliver.
Anything I say now would be speculation.
Well, then speculate.
From outward appearance, he appears to be in good health.
He's dead. So I'd say in this case, outward appearances are most certainly deceiving.
I understand that, and I will be performing a thorough examination once you gentlemen leave me in peace.
Blood tests?
I collected samples. We'll try to figure out what caused such a seizure. How was he acting before he died?
Agitated. I also believe he was experiencing hallucinations.
I see. And how long had that been going on for?
He had been acting funny.
Funny how?
He lost his balance a few times. Started saying he was seeing things.
Was your husband a drinking man?
My husband was teetotal. Believed drink to be the devil's brew.
When did these symptoms begin occurring?
Just yesterday morning. At first, he thought it was nothing.
So just recently, then?
Just over 24 hours ago. I told him to say nothing about this. And you people forced him to...
We asked him to do his duty.
And see where that got him.
You have to entertain the possibility that someone did Mr. Bent harm.
Oh, I'm already of that opinion.
Well, at least it couldn't have been Rhodes.
Sir, I wouldn't necessarily think that. We have to consider Frank Rhodes. His reach extends far beyond his prison cell.
Here you are, sir.
What have you got there?
Names and addresses of Rhodes' most recent associates. Only a couple in Toronto.
We have to consider Rhodes, sir, behind bars or not.
Bring him in.
We've only found one so far, sir. Anderson and McNabb are looking for the others.
Learning to delegate, are you, Higgins?
Just laziness, sir. Here you are, sir. Sorry, sir. Butterfingers.
Trial is delayed?
Just until tomorrow or the next day at the latest.
How did the man die?
I'm hoping Mrs. Hart can provide those answers.
What do you think?
He may have ingested a foreign substance.
Poisoning?
Perhaps.
Well, it's a good thing we still have you to put him away.
It's reassuring to know I'm not the only one interested in vengeance.
He threatened Susanna, William. That alone has exhausted my capacity for mercy.
Nigel Bent. Can't say I met the fella. Who is he?
Currently a possible murder victim.
Well, I don't know anything about that. But why would I have an issue with someone I don't even know?
Money? Revenge? Fear? Which one of those?
Well, it could be anyone, I suppose. If I knew the man.
But you do know Frank Rhodes.
Frank Rhodes? Frank Rhodes? Oh.
Don't act stupid. You two were arrested together years ago.
Oh, him. I haven't talked to Frank in years. Not since he went screwy.
What does that mean?
Ain't been the same since the Black Hand turned their back on him. And let me tell you, if Frank's on the bad side of the Black Hand, I don't want to have anything to do with him. Dead man walking.
So you had nothing to do with Nigel Bent?
Already said as much.
Right.
You all right?
Yes, fine.
There's a good chance that Frank Rhodes could walk away from this, seeing that we've lost our eyewitness.
I'll get him. I have more than enough information on the many crimes that make up Frank Rhodes' life.
None as good as Nigel Bent.
But enough. I'll see to it he ends up where he belongs. Julia, what are you doing here?
I called her.
Why?
You dropped a file. You almost fell to the ground in the interview room. I thought the good doctor should take a look at you.
That's ridiculous. I'm fine.
William, it will only take a moment.
I don't have a moment. I need to find all of the files on Frank Rhodes' crimes and misdemeanors.
Well, you can lead a horse to water.
Keep an eye on him. If you notice anything else, let me know. Men and doctors. Any progress?
None. No traces of any known agents so far.
So an unknown compound?
or one that's yet to be identified. Must be lethal if the man's wife is to be believed. From first symptom to death in just over 24 hours.
So you have reason to not believe her?
Excuse me?
Wow. So you think she's lying?
It was just a figure of speech. I apologize.
No, I didn't mean to be short. There's just something about this that's making me feel uneasy. William may be experiencing symptoms.
I see. Well, we should get to the bottom of it then.
Yes. How can I help?
You're not gonna get me. I'm invincible.
No, you're not. I'm going to see you hang.
You'll be well dead before that happens.
No, I won't. You're going to pay, Rhodes.
Not as much as you will.
What have you done to me? What have you...
Sir. What is it, Higgins? Look at the detective. Finish, Dr. Ogden. Sir.
It's nothing.
That's what you said last time.
I saw you. You were talking to the fairies.
Your temperature is very high, and your heart rate is elevated. How long have you been feeling this way?
I'm not feeling like anything.
William, will you stop lying to me? This could be a very serious situation.
And if it is, I know the source of it.
Stand down, Murdoch.
You can try and stop me.
I have to go to the morgue. I have to find out what's happening to him.
Sir, is Detective Murdoch all right?
He's fine.
Didn't look fine to me.
If I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. Now get me a list of all Frank Rhodes' recent associates.
I already did, sir.
Well, find more. Henry, today's not the day for laziness. Murdoch just might be in real trouble here.
Watch where you're going! Did you see that? What do you think you're doing? What is happening to me?
We've almost exhausted all of the natural toxins.
So, man-made.
Good possibility. Don't worry, we will get to the bottom of this.
Well, undoubtedly. But what is in doubt is whether we find out what killed this man soon enough to help William.
Hey, look who's here. You're the one who put me in here, damn you!
We meet again.
Mr. Rhodes.
Come to say goodbye. Well, perhaps that won't happen. I heard your key witness is met with unfortunate circumstances.
You heard about that, did you?
Things like that get around. I must say, you're looking a little worse for wear. Little one keeping you up? Never a good idea to have a child at your advanced age.
Nothing.
Well, it's certainly not nothing. Something killed Mr. Bent.
Perhaps it was a stroke or a brain hemorrhage.
I think it's time to get the saw.
Well, I certainly have no insight into what is troubling you. But I do hope it passes. By any chance, are you a traveling man?
What does that have to do with anything?
This modern world. People traveling hither and yon. Pick up all sorts of nasty ailments.
This is more than just a nasty ailment.
That's too bad.
What did you do to me, Rhodes?
You really must haunt your dreams.
Hardly.
What could I possibly do? I've been in here 6 months with nothing but my conscience for a companion.
Your conscience?
I do have one, you know.
If it wasn't you, it was one of your friends.
I've got no friends. Not one single visitor since I've been in here. Tell you, now that I'm facing the end, it has really made me consider some of the decisions I've made in my life.
I don't care about your decisions, Rhodes. What did you do to me?
And I told you, I've done nothing. As I said, look where I am. And this is the only place I've been for months. Perhaps what is affecting your body is also affecting your judgment.
There's nothing wrong with my judgment.
That's so. Well, perhaps it was something you made. You know, sometimes we try something unfamiliar and the body acts up.
You ready for today?
I am indeed. This is a rare treat.
A gift from Mrs. Hart.
Did I touch a nerve?
If you harmed my wife.
As I said, I have harmed nobody.
I'm going to watch you hang.
Such parting words. Nice talking to you. You don't know how much I appreciate having a visitor.
I'll see you in court.
Sure. God willing.
You don't have long, do you?
Who are you?
Must be strange for you now that the shoe is on the other foot.
What are you talking about?
You sent so many to their grave.
All deserving.
In your eyes. I'm not sure they see it that way. But I suppose you'll find out soon enough.
Who are you?
I speak for those who want you dead.
Wait. I asked you a question.
Excuse me, sir.
You were speaking to me.
I would not. I never said a word.
I heard you.
I didn't say a thing. Please, sir, let me go.
I'm sorry.
There appears to be no damage to the cerebellum.
But his motor skills were affected.
So we can rule that out as the cause.
And there's no damage to the medial frontal cortex.
So not the reason for the delusions.
Well, it seems Mr. Bent is the owner of a perfectly healthy brain.
Well, something killed him. We just don't know what it was.
I'm sorry to say that appears to be the case.
Where are you going?
I have to find William. If we can find nothing of the agent that killed Mr. Bent, then perhaps William is my better bet. I have to examine him.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Those two there. I know at one time Rhodes was associated with the woman, Betsy Warren. She used to be his sweetheart.
Who's the big fella?
I don't know. Sir, do you need me?
Just keep beating the bushes, Higgins. Oh, and get McNabb and Anderson to check out Mr. Bent's past. There's a chance that Murdoch's barking up the wrong tree on this one.
You think that possible, sir?
Just do what you're told, Higgins. Mind if I join you?
Did we say yes?
It wouldn't matter if you did or you didn't.
What do you want?
A couple of answers about Frank Rhodes.
Don't know who you're talking about.
You were his piece of fluff once upon a time, weren't you?
And what business is that of yours?
I'm the one asking the questions.
I knew Frank for a time, yes?
And?
Let's just say I'm happy to know he's behind bars.
She's with me now.
Oh, lucky fella.
Watch it.
Oh, what? I'll tell you what. Why don't we step outside for 5 minutes and play with the traffic? I need a private word with the lady.
It's all right, Callum. So what do you want to know about Frank?
Do you ever visit him in jail?
Of course not. Haven't seen Frank in years. Although I am looking forward to his trial. I hope he hangs.
A woman scorned.
More like a woman who dodged a bullet. I know what happens to people who get on Frank's bad side.
So you don't do his bidding anymore?
Certainly not.
How did you meet Frank?
Years ago, he did a job for a man I worked for.
And this man, did he have a name?
Benedict Evers. He's a chemist. Ran an apothecary near Church Street. I did his books.
And what kind of job did Frank do for him?
I learned well enough never to ask Frank what he was up to. But I will tell you, when I first started working for Mr. Evers, he was a married man. And when I finished, he was a widower. And none too bothered about that.
What do you want?
What have you done to me?
I didn't do anything.
You liar! You did this to me!
What are you doing?
Are you all right?
Bloody hell, man, what do you think you're doing? I have to go. There's no more time.
Dear God, he's getting worse.
Are you sure you're all right?
I'm fine. He thinks I had something to do with this.
William isn't in his right mind at the moment.
What did I do?
I believe he thinks you poisoned his orange juice.
That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Don't insult me, Inspector. The detective has long suspected me of crimes I did not commit. This appears to be the latest.
Where did you purchase it?
Arthur has an exotic fruit supplier, and I acquired some. It was meant to be a gift, not a murder weapon.
I'll send a constable to retrieve what's left of the orange juice from your home.
That is ridiculous. I had nothing to do with this.
I didn't say that. It may have been tampered with without your knowledge.
Actually, it couldn't have been the orange juice. I likely drank more of it than William did. Apologies, Mrs. Hart.
I may have something.
What is it?
Rhodes was friendly with a woman who used to work for a chemist.
Does this chemist have a name?
Benedict Evers. Now, if the woman I talked to is to be believed, he hired Frank Rhodes to kill his wife.
I see, so he could be involved somehow?
I'll do my best to find this Mr. Evers.
Hello, I need you to connect me to a number.
Detective, you don't look well.
I need to talk to you.
That's why I'm here. Beat it. So, what is so important that you called me?
What can you tell me about Frank Rhodes?
I know he betrayed the Black Hand. So as far as we're concerned, he's dead to us.
He will be soon enough.
We would have been happy to have done that for you.
How many people has he killed for you?
Detective.
Has he ever used poison?
I wouldn't know. But poison? That don't seem like Frank's style, no, too clean. Wait a minute. You told me that's what's happening to you? He's this poor sap.
I didn't say that.
You don't have to, I can see it in your eyes.
If Rhodes did this, he would have needed help.
Nah, I told you, Detective. No one in our organization has anything to do with Rhodes anymore. And we have no disagreement with you.
Then please, if you know anything, who on the outside could be helping him?
You said it. You think it was poison? There was one man.
What are you doing? It's the middle of the night.
I need to talk to the owner.
He hasn't been here in weeks. I think he shut the place down.
And he's left all his worldly goods there?
Appears so. Bright boy.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Get yourself down here right now.
So? What else do you want?
Where's Evers now?
How'd I know?
Well, you know when he cleared out, so it stands to reason that you know where he went.
I didn't care to be close to him.
Why not?
He became a bit of a nutter after his wife died.
What does that mean?
Just wasn't the same man. I'd see him out, carousing. Store hardly ever open.
He lost his wife.
Yeah, I suppose, but there was a cloud over him.
Oh, you ever seen this fella around here?
Matter of fact, I have once or twice.
Did he do business with Evers?
I don't know what he did with Evers, but I did see him around. Is that one of your men?
Look, I've done with you for now. What the devil are you doing here, Murdoch?
Sir, the owner of this establishment is an associate of Frank Rhodes.
That may be, but he's long gone.
Right, I have to...
You need to go home, Murdoch. That's an order. Come on, let me point you in the right direction. It's on my way.
William? William?
I just wanted some time with her. Just a few more moments. Julia, I want you to know that no matter what happens, I'll die a happy man.
Well, I have no intention of living as an unhappy woman, so you stay here.
Well, please stay with me.
No. I'm going to do what I can to keep you alive.
You are going to grow up to be strong and brilliant, just like your mother.
Oi! That's it, boys!
You're too late. Your detective's already a dead man.
Please stop! I'll stop when I get an answer.
Doctor, perhaps you should...
I'm fine. Let the inspector do what he needs to do.
It won't be long now, William. Are you ready? No one ever is. But death waits for no one.
What did he say?
He worked at a bakery. He poisoned Murdoch's scone.
With what?
He doesn't know.
And who ordered him to do that?
Rhodes.
Dr. Ogden.
See if you can find out what this is contaminated with, and please, hurry.
I'll do my best.
You'll do better than that, Mrs. Hart. You'll find out what's in there. My husband's life lies in the balance.
What are you doing?
Hopefully persuading someone to tell the truth.
The man you're looking for is Benedict Evers, who until recently operated a pharmacy on Church Street. He's familiar with this man, who worked in a bakery on Queen Street. I also need you to find this man and find him quickly. Do whatever it takes to make this happen. Understood? Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, look what just came in. Oh, hey, gorgeous. Oh, come here. Oh, come closer, love. Come closer. Oh, come on. You're gorgeous. Oh, oh, where you going, sweetheart?
Ah, the good doctor. I've been expecting your visit.
I'm sure you have.
So, Now that you're here, what can I do for you?
I don't want my husband to die.
Well, then you are not like most wives I've met. But I'm not sure that I can help you with that.
Mr. Rhodes, I'm desperate.
How desperate?
I'll do whatever you want. What did you give him?
Nothing. Look at me. Look at where I am.
Please, Mr. Rhodes. I don't want him to die.
We all die, Doctor. You should know that better than most. Is it not true? Death has surrounded you most of your life?
What do you want?
Like your husband. I don't believe I'm ready for the end.
What did you give him?
Does that matter?
Of course it does.
What if I were to tell you I have the cure?
What do you want for it?
Freedom.
I can give you that.
What have you done?
You have less than half an hour. This will save you.
Oh, you wouldn't commit a murder.
To save my husband, I would do anything.
I'm not sure, sir. We're still looking.
I know.
What else can we do?
I don't know.
You're a doctor. You wouldn't let me die. Isn't it some kind of oath?
I'll make an exception.
You don't have it in you.
I am a wife and a mother. And let me tell you, Mr. Rhodes, you wouldn't be the first man I killed.
I'm not sure that I believe you on that.
Mr. Rhodes, tell me, are you starting to feel a constriction in your chest? You should be about now.
Guard! Guard!
There is no one here but you and me. Understand me, Mr. Rhodes. If you face a judge, there's a chance you could escape with your life. But that is not an option you have with me.
I can give you an address for the man who supplied the poison.
I'm to believe there's an antidote?
There is. I've used it before.
Give it to me.
Elmwood Arms, room 104. There you will find Benedict Evers.
Good.
Hey! Hey! We had a deal.
Mr. Rhodes, I am true to my oath. I gave you a mild paralytic. You should be fine in a few hours.
When we're in position, wait for my signal.
You don't need to be here, Julia.
Stop me.
Are you, Williams? You have the rest of my money?
No, it's not Williams. You get over there. Young lady, get out. Go, go on.
What's this about?
Where's the antidote?
An antidote? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't have time for this. The antidote now, or you're a dead man.
Goodbye, Susanna. You'll live in a much better world than mine. And your mother's going to raise you to be whoever you want.
It's time, William.
Can I have just one more moment?
I'm sorry. You lived a good life. Better than most.
I did.
But all things come to an end.
It's not time.
Julia.
William, it's all right. Everything's going to be all right.
Thank you, Detective Murdoch. I'm sure this was very trying.
I'm feeling better by the hour.
You have a most resourceful wife.
What about the chemist?
He's currently facing 2 charges, although he is complaining about brutality. You put a very dangerous man away, Detective. We are all very much in your debt.
It's not my debt you're in, it's Julia's.
Frank Rhodes has issued a complaint against her.
Well, has he now? Well, I'm more than prepared.
Well, nothing will be required of you, Dr. Ogden. The matter is quite closed. Frank Rhodes' execution is scheduled for today.
That was fast.
I don't believe Frank Rhodes deserves another day above the soil. Do you?
With your permission, sir, I'd like to spend the next day or 2 at home.
Of course. You've both earned it.
Get some rest.
Hello, Frank. It is finally time.
Where is it, Rankins?
Where's what?
The parcel. Where is it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Give us the parcel, Rankins.
You've got the wrong guy. I'm not Rankins.
Should I cut him, Johnny? What are you telling him my name for?
I'm not. I'm gonna cut him. Don't cut me!
Then give us the parcel.
I don't have the parcel. Should I cut him? I'll cut him.
Get us the parcel by noon tomorrow, else otherwise.
Fine, yes, good.
Tomorrow noon, the alley behind the old Gopnik shipyard. If we don't get the parcel, we will spend every moment of every day for the rest of our lives hunting you down until you're dead. Let's go.
Let me cut it. Why do you always want to cut people?
What?
What?
Henry.
Who is it?
What are you doing here?
I need your help. I've done a very bad thing.
Perfect.
William? What are you doing?
Julia, I believe I've solved our problem.
Oh, what problem?
Yesterday at the park, I turned my back on Susanna for the briefest of moments. She crawled away and was nearly struck by a boy on a tricycle. In the blink of an eye, anything could happen. So, I have invented the all-purpose baby tether.
It's a leash.
It's a tether for her safety. You see, even here at home, it could keep her from reaching the stove or something in my workshop.
William, it's a leash.
We need to allow her to practice her crawling without putting herself in harm's way. Hence, the tether.
Leash.
I'm off to work. I'll see you at dinner time.
For heaven's sake. Oh, come here. Oh. I have an idea. Let's do something dangerous.
Where is everyone made up?
Well, George is still on his honeymoon. Henry called in sick, and Evans and Langston are taking care of a traffic block. A horse has sat on an automobile.
Well, let's hope something doesn't fall in your lap or you'll be stuck with me.
Detective Murdoch?
I take it we'll be spending the day together.
Yes, of course. I'll be right there.
A few months ago, I started using my auto to deliver packages.
You're a courier?
Yes, but my telephone number ended up in the hands of some unsavory people. They offered to pay me double my fee. The implication was that I wouldn't ask any questions.
So these people were likely criminals and the packages likely contained illicit goods.
What's the difference? So I didn't look inside their packages. I don't look inside anyone else's packages either.
Plausible deniability may help you sleep better at night, but it is hardly a substitute for morality.
The point is, these are dangerous men. And they're after me.
So, inform the inspector.
The inspector swore he'd fire me if he ever caught me working a second job again.
I would be more concerned about being arrested for criminal conspiracy.
That's why I need your help to get it back.
Get what back?
The parcel. You see, a couple of nights ago, I got a call. I went to pick up a delivery from a man named Rankins. He didn't give me a name, just an address on Tyndall Avenue. When I got there, someone was being arrested.
Who was it?
The man I was delivering the parcel to. It had to be.
Did you stop?
I didn't want to get mixed up in whatever was going on. So I went back to the corner where I picked up the parcel, but there was no sign of Rankins. I looked him up in the city directory, but no luck. So I went home.
And where's the parcel?
I was about to throw it out, but well, someone was paying me a good fee to deliver it, so it had to be valuable. I figured, as long as I'm gonna toss it out anyways, why not take it to a pawn shop?
Severing once and for all your thin tether to morality.
I didn't set out to do anything wrong. I just did whatever seemed all right in the moment.
Oof. So,
These two men, one with a knife, are seeking a statuette of a horse.
Yes.
So take your pawn ticket back to the pawn shop.
I didn't pawn it, I sold it. And I only got $2 for it, but now it's gone. And that old pawnbroker won't tell me who he sold it to. I need your help, Watts. We have to find that horse.
I left the constabulary, Henry. I'm no longer an investigator.
What? Watts, if I don't find that statuette, they'll kill me. Please, I need your help.
Single gunshot wound at close range. No identification. But there's this.
What's in it?
Looks to be 5 crisp $100 bills.
Crikey. So this fella's walking around with a small fortune on him. Someone gets wind of it and tries to rob him. They have an altercation, he ends up dead.
But they didn't take the money.
You can't exactly spend a bill with a bullet hole through it, Murdoch.
Unlucky shot.
For both of them.
Sign says back in 5 minutes.
Stop that.
Stop what?
That whistling. It's annoying.
Didn't realize I was. That melody's been stuck in my ear all week.
There he is.
Right.
But what are you gonna do?
I'll tell him I'm a detective and the statuette was left behind at the scene of a robbery. He, ergo, is a suspect.
That's good. That's good. What?
So suspicion falls to you, unless you are able to exonerate yourself by telling me who else may have been in possession of said statuette.
You know, I'll bet you dollars to donuts it was that pie-faced Charlie who was in here just this morning.
This man purchased the statuette?
Yeah, no. He's the one who sold it to me. But then he came back later looking for it. Real daft type. It's got to be him. I mean, the woman who bought it, she wouldn't be involved in a crime.
Woman. Witness saw a woman near the scene of the crime. Describe her for me.
Classy. All over. There's a fat chance she did anything criminal.
Nevertheless, describe her. Due diligence and et cetera.
Listen, Pally, it ain't her. I mean, here, she can pay me with this fancy check. She's not the criminal type.
If I could have a look at that.
What'd you say your name was?
Detective Milge.
What?
If I could take just a quick look.
Okay, pal, let me see your badge.
How much for this?
What?
Hey, wait, come back here! Wait!
Run!
Hey, wait! Come back here, you middle... Lady, watch where you're going!
Having fun, Susanna? I told you it would be dangerous.
This way! Curse this!
Oh, good God, I'm a criminal. I can't believe I did that. Pencil.
Give me that. Look, it's for $20. I knew he ripped me off.
That hardly matters at this juncture. We now know the buyer is B. Vermont. We have an address in Rosedale.
Let's go. My auto's just around the corner.
A moment.
What are you doing?
Righting a wrong.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Sending this back to the pawn shop. Thank you for seeing us, Mrs. Vermont.
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
We are private investigators with the Pinkerton Agency. Our client has hired us to locate an item, a golden statuette of a horse. We understand you may have purchased it?
Yes, that's right.
Our client seeks its return. He sold it accidentally.
For a pittance.
It holds great sentimental value.
Well, I'm afraid it holds the same for me. You see, my late husband kept racehorses. The statuette reminded me of his favorite maiden. To me, it is priceless. I shall keep it on the mantle in Benjamin's study until the day I die. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a funeral to plan.
Of course. Thank you for your time. No one, please.
She has it. Let's go get it back.
I recognized her husband, the man in the oil painting. His surname somehow eluded me, but he's been in the papers every day. Here, look.
Arrest made in Vermont murder.
It says the culprit is Nathan Fine of Tyndall Avenue in Parkdale.
That's where I was making the delivery. This guy must have sent those men after the horse.
The article describes him as a bookmaker and violent criminal.
And this violent criminal's friends are going to kill me. Watts, we have to break into that mansion and steal back that statuette.
I will be doing no such thing.
We've already been lying. If we're only breaking the law to do something good, namely saving my life, then isn't that kind of better? You know, overall?
Sometimes the greater of two evils is inaction, but in this instance, my boundary is firm. Plus, it remains unclear what Mrs. Vermont's interest is in all this.
And I'll do it myself.
There's no talking you out of it?
No.
Right. I noticed the house was not in model repair. The gate at the end of the hedge was ajar, and one of the windows in the parlor has a broken latch.
So?
I'll draw you a diagram.
Single gunshot wound, close range.
Any signs of a struggle? Any other injuries?
No,
Nothing unusual at all, then?
just this. His fingers.
Discolored.
Dark spots. I believe I've seen this before. This is the result of contact with silver nitrate.
Silver nitrate? What's that?
It's a chemical commonly found in dark rooms. This man was a photographer.
Mr. Hawley, have you seen my eyeglasses?
I'll check the parlor.
Scott, never mind. They're on a chain round my neck.
I'm a dead man. I'm a dead man.
I question the wisdom of you taking it. Its absence might be noticed.
I was hoping I could glue the pieces back together.
The men awaiting its return may notice that.
They said they would hunt me until I was dead. I can't die. If I died, then what?
That is humanity's ultimate question, is it not? But while you ponder that, have you noticed the man behind us? Don't look. He's been following us.
Are you sure?
No, but certainty is a rare thing. This way. Keep moving. We'll go to Queen and get on a streetcar to see if he follows.
What? What? Look, that store window. Come on. It's a miracle.
Henry, I'm not sure this is the cure-all you think it is.
They're identical. Those men will never know the difference.
If the statuette is worth 6 cents, why did someone pay you a healthy fee to deliver it to a career criminal under cover of darkness?
I don't know.
Clearly, the statuette itself is not what those men are after.
They asked for the parcel, I'll give them the parcel. Problem solved.
Here's the key, Rankins.
What key? You wanted the parcel? This is it.
Enough. Cut him.
I don't have any key. I'm not Rankins.
Say one more thing we don't want to hear, Rankins. Just one more.
Should I really cut him?
Yes.
Then the whole neck or just a little cut?
He doesn't have it. Got him.
Wait. I have it. I have the key.
Well, then hand it over. Or else you're a dead man.
I'm not a dead man. I'm Rankins. And I'm your only hope. Do you really think Mr. Fine will be happy when you tell him that I'm dead and the key is lost forever?
Who said we work for Fine?
If you want the key, you pay double. You meet me back here at 6 p.m. with the money, or the key goes into Lake Ontario.
Are you mad? You only give yourself 6 hours?
Well, it had to be believable.
We don't even know what the key is for, to say nothing of where it is.
We know exactly where it is. Mrs. Vermont broke the statuette. Obviously, the key was inside.
And since Mrs. Vermont had the original figurine, she must have the key. Your logic is flawless, Henry. I apologize if my tone is one of surprise, but it reflects my feelings. Don't look! The man is back. Where? I said don't look.
I need to know where not to look.
Behind you. And now you can look. He's coming right for us.
Gentlemen, I beg your pardon. My name is Mr. Hawley. I'm here to extend you an invitation.
To what?
To a meeting with my employer, Mrs. Vermont.
They closed. They usually open at noon.
Oh, Detective. Sorry I'm late. I think I have everything.
Oh, very well.
Would you like to come in?
That won't be necessary.
Is something the matter?
We need to know if you recognize this man.
Oh, heavenly Jesus and his apostles! Sorry, I've never seen a dead man before.
Right. Sorry about that.
That's Mr. Cohn. Whatever's happened to him.
Perhaps we'll spare you the details.
Yes, quite right.
What can you tell us about him?
He was a regular customer, a real enthusiast. He always developed his own photographs.
Up to something illicit? Peeping Tom, maybe?
Perhaps, sir. Can you tell us anything else about him?
He lived in that building on Duchess and Beverly, I believe.
Right. Thank you very much.
I apologize if Mr. Hawley was brusque with you gentlemen, but it was important that I speak to you immediately. I'm afraid I wasn't entirely honest with you earlier. The statuette you inquired about meant nothing to me.
You only wanted what was inside.
You are clever. So I ask you, have you found what you're looking for?
You have what we're looking for.
I'm afraid I do not. Shall we speak plainly, gentlemen?
Yes, please.
The key was not in the Maiden.
Then where is it?
I was hoping that you could tell me. You see, should you find it, I would very much like the opportunity to purchase it.
Our client is highly motivated to see its return.
And has your client told you what that key is for?
No.
As you may be aware, my husband was murdered. A few days ago, I received an anonymous telephone call. A man selling evidence that would convict his killer. The key is to a locker in Parkdale Station, which contains that evidence.
They already arrested someone, a Mr. Fine.
The police are going to release him by the end of the day. Mr. Fine, he wants that evidence so he can eliminate it. He killed my Benny, and now nothing is going to happen to him. Oh, thank you. Mr. Fine is who hired you. Is that right?
Our client is someone who's caught in the middle.
Well, whoever you work for, please do not give that evidence to Mr. Fine. Consider this a retainer for your services. Regardless, you can keep it. But if you bring me that key, I will see to it that you are paid twice what anyone else is offering.
We're no closer to finding the key, but this changes our aim. We can't deliver the key to Mr. Fine's men.
Why not?
Because he will destroy the evidence and go free.
So?
That is an affront to justice.
As soon as we find that key, I'm giving it to the people who will kill me if I don't. End of story.
Oh, I've stepped in sick. I've stepped in sick. Oh, Henry, I find your position on the matter of justice abhorrent. that you are a police constable makes it all the more troubling. But seeing as we have no idea where the key is, the point is entirely academic.
Rankins must have it.
Oh.
Think about it. If Rankins is the guy who had the evidence, maybe he's the one who made the anonymous phone call to Mrs. Vermont. It's playing two customers against one another. Maybe he agreed to sell it to Fine, but decided to hold out for more money. I'll bet you anything he never put the key in that figurine.
Which scarcely helps you. Rankins is a ghost.
We have to try. We can go back to where he gave me the parcel. Maybe there'll be some sign of him.
You there. How much for one shoe?
15 cents.
For a pair, how much for one shoe?
Why do you want one shoe shined?
Only one shoe is dirty?
One shoe is two shoes.
It is not.
Shoe shine's a shoe shine, friend. It's one thing.
Can we get going?
Fine. Make it quick. Oh.
Here it is. This is where he gave me the parcel.
I don't see anything of interest.
Maybe he lives in one of these apartments, or someone knows him at least.
Here we are. Duchess and Beverly.
This must be Mr. Cohen's building.
Aha! See? That tune sticks in your ear, you'll be whistling it all week.
God, you're right. If you catch me whistling again, you can smack me. Come on.
Wait. It's the pawnbroker. We can't let him see us.
Hey, you! Stop! 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 Come back! Stop! Stop! Come back!
Should we look into that?
I'm sure it's nothing. Come on, Mel.
Hey! I just want my check!
Did we lose him?
He didn't stand a chance!
I almost killed someone.
Henry? What's this?
The box from the statuette.
Which one?
The one Rankins gave me. I took the statuette out before I sold it.
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Curious.
Oh my God, I'm not gonna die! I have to give this to those men, Watts.
If you do, a notorious murderer, Mr. Fine, will go free.
I don't. They'll kill me.
The parcel was entrusted to you. The key was in the parcel. It's yours to do with as you see fit. But you engaged me, which led to me learning the facts of the situation. My knowledge of these facts demands I inform the police.
Knowledge doesn't demand anything.
It does. If I wish to lead an ethical life.
Who cares about that? If I don't show up with this key, or if those men think that I told the police, they'll kill me. What? I have a wife and a daughter at home.
We open the locker ourselves. We ascertain that the evidence is relevant. If it is, we photograph it. You deliver the key to the men who want you dead, and I deliver a facsimile of the evidence to the police anonymously after enough time has passed that the men will no longer suspect your involvement.
Fine.
According to Nace, the term equity refers to fairness and justice and is distinguished from equality. Whereas equality
Excelsior.
means providing the same to all, equity means recognizing that we do not all start from the same place and must acknowledge and make adjustments to
I know what it
imbalances.
is. How on earth do you know what it's called?
That's common.
A lot of photographs. It doesn't appear that Mr. Cohn's a peeping Tom.
Private investigator.
Ah. So which one of his cases got him killed? Aye, aye. I know that fella.
Oh, I think I do as well. The bookmaker.
That's right, fine.
I heard he was arrested for possibly murdering the wealthy racehorse owner.
Murdoch. Blood.
Sir, these photographs are numbered. 112, 126.
So there's 13 missing.
Well, perhaps the photos in between depict Mr. Fine murdering someone.
So Cohn took the photos, offered to sell them to Fine. He pays $500 and keeps the photos.
And then kills Mr. Cohn to ensure no one ever finds out the truth.
I think we've just found our killer, Murdoch.
Stop.
What?
There's a man sitting to our left reading a newspaper. There's another man sitting to our right reading a newspaper. They're both reading yesterday's papers.
They must be watching the locker.
Or it's just a coincidence.
What do we do?
I have an idea. You'll be from Cincinnati, I'll be from Vienna.
Ach, mein Gott!
Moment of your time, friend.
Hey, get your hands off the... Hey!
Easy now, easy.
What's going on?
Let's go.
Hello.
Hey! Where are we going? I'm from Cincinnati.
Get in here.
Hey, hey. Follow that automobile. Do it quickly.
I already talked to you people.
You people?
Coppers. You don't respect me. I don't respect you. Luckily, I don't need you. All you've got is some anonymous tip with no evidence. My lawyer's gonna get me out of here by the end of the day.
Mr. Fine, you are being detained regarding the murder of Benjamin Vermont. I'm here regarding another dead man, Milton Cohn.
Never heard of him.
He was found murdered down by River Street earlier this morning.
Oh. Well, you know what? I'll send his widow some flowers.
He had $500 tucked into his jacket.
She can buy her own flowers.
A withdrawal was made from your account at the Dominion Bank for $500 cash just this week.
What can I tell you?
It's quite a coincidence, don't you think?
Sometimes things mean something. Sometimes they don't.
Mr. Fine, I believe you killed Mr. Cohn because of something he knew about Mr. Vermont's murder.
I'm tired of this. You want the truth about Vermont? Find Rankins.
What do we do with him now?
Just leave him in there.
What now?
We wait for the boss. And here we are.
This is what was in the locker?
That's right.
Fetch the gasoline and start a fire, will you?
What about him?
Make it a big fire. What is this? There's nothing in here.
This is the guy. That's what was in the locker.
Which locker?
The locker. Shep, the key.
145. It's the wrong locker! Get back to the railway station at once. Let's go!
What do we do with him?
What do you think?
Leave him here?
He could go to the police.
So we have to do something about him.
Yeah.
Maybe we tell him not to go to the police?
I'm not much for conversation.
What was that?
There!
Run!
Mrs. Vermont was set on destroying the evidence that is in that locker. We can safely say she is not a grieving widow seeking to convict her husband's murderer.
Do you think she killed him herself?
Oh, most certainly. Which means Mr. Fine is innocent.
See? I should have just given the key to his men in the first place, and this would all be over.
And we wouldn't have nearly been shot dead in the alley.
Now what do we do?
This is a good question. Let us entertain the scenarios available to us. Scenario 1, we return to the station in an attempt to retrieve the evidence from the locker. The men with yesterday's newspapers see us, recognize us, kidnap us, and take the key. Mrs. Vermont destroys the evidence and goes unpunished for the murder of her husband.
They'll also kill us.
Yes, I elided that part. We will surely be killed. Scenario 2, you deliver the key to Mr. Fine's men. They take it to the station where the men with yesterday's newspapers see them. If Fine's men come out alive, they will likely believe you led them into this trap and thereafter seek to kill you. If they don't come out alive, Mr. Fine himself will have to think that Rankins, you, was in league with Mrs. Vermont and led his men to their deaths. Whatever the outcome, you will likely be killed. Scenario 3, we deliver the key to Mrs. Vermont. She goes free, and Mr. Fine's men seek you out and kill you. Scenario 4, you mail the key to Detective Murdoch with a note explaining its relevance. He takes it to the station where the men with yesterday's newspapers see him and alert Mrs. Vermont, allowing her a chance to flee. Meanwhile, Mr. Fine's men seek you out and kill you.
None of these scenarios sound good.
There remains scenario 5, in which you deliver the key to the detective and the inspector in person. You explain everything. They deploy constables to protect you indefinitely while they retrieve the evidence and attempt to prosecute Mrs. Vermont, her men, and perhaps even Mr. Fine's men who did,
What the hell?
after all, assault you.
And the inspector learns everything. You go to jail. I'll lose my job.
But not your life.
You don't understand. I wasn't delivering parcels because I wanted the money. I needed it. Our house was a gift from Rupert and Lucinda, but we can't afford it. If I lose my job, we'll be out in less than a month.
As imperfect as it may be, it's the only scenario that results in anything other than you or both of us getting killed.
I can't face the inspector. You do it.
I'd very much rather not. It's your predicament.
And one I would have been out of if your stupid morals hadn't have stopped me from giving the key to this man as soon as we found it.
We never would have found the key if I hadn't stolen the check from the pawnbroker whose ire caused me to topple arse over tip into your automobile.
Heads, it's me. Tails, it's you.
Mr. Fine claims he doesn't know Mr. Cohn and that the $500 is just a coincidence.
And Decker at Station House 1 is about to let him go.
It seems that without the missing photographs, they don't have enough evidence to convict him.
Fine didn't give you anything?
All he said was that the answer lies with a man named Rankins.
Rankins? Who's Rankins?
I have no idea.
What is it, Higgins? Brackenreed. Oh, just a sec, Doctor. It's the missus.
Hello?
Thought you were off sick.
I was, sir. I'm feeling much better now.
We'll get back to work then.
Right away.
All right, I'll see you then.
Everything all right on the home front?
Oh, yes. Julia just needs me to bring home a lens for our slide projector.
What for?
Once again, I'm at a loss.
Couldn't go through with it?
Let me out. Detective Murdoch is investigating the death of a PI named Milton Cohn. But I saw his photo. Cohn is Rankins.
The man who gave you the parcel.
Precisely. Rankins must be his alias. Fine told Detective Murdoch that Rankins is the key to the case, but he has no idea that Cohn and Rankins are one and the same.
So what?
So it gave me an idea. Scenario 6. The timing will have to be perfect. We lure all the players together at exactly the same time. Mrs. Vermont thinks she's getting just what she wants, but instead, she gets caught red-handed.
Murdoch, there's a letter for you. Look who it's from.
Rankins? What on earth? At Parkdale Station and wait. The killer will appear at 6 p.m.
What locker?
In truth, Mrs. Vermont, my client was not a disinterested party. He presented himself to me as a clumsy delivery boy who had lost something of great value. In fact, he was a rat. He pretended to have lost the key in order to sell it to Nathan Fine at an inflated price. When I discovered the truth, I brought it to you.
You trust me?
I trust you will pay me what you promised. Double Mr. Fine's best price.
A promise is a promise.
Sorry I'm late, but I have something for you.
What's this? We don't want our money back.
We want the key, Rankins. You'll get a refund, and the key will end up right where you want it to. And you have to do one last thing.
Nothing.
A ruse?
How dare you! What's all the commotion? Toronto Constabulary!
These men have concealed weapons.
Is that right?
Oh, what's going on? We didn't do a thing.
What's in your pocket?
My handkerchief?
Oh, yeah. What's this then? Search him, constables.
Excuse me, miss.
I'm afraid I haven't the time.
I'm afraid you aren't going anywhere. I'd like to see what's inside of this envelope and inform you that you are a suspect in the murder of Benjamin Vermont.
I was having a liaison with Mr. Fine. I met him when he approached Benny about fixing a race. And Benny refused, of course. There's something wrong with me, Detective. I crave excitement. And Mr. Fine was so exciting. But Benny began to get suspicious. I think he hired the private investigator who took these photos. That night, Nathaniel and I met. Benny was supposed to be traveling to Rochester, but he missed the boat, and when he found us together, he was furious. He was out of his mind. Nathan fled, but it was me that Benny was angry with. He hit me again and again. I had no choice but to pull the trigger. What are those?
The bullets proved it was the same gun used to kill her husband and the PI.
Even if her story of killing Mr. Vermont in self-defense were true, she still murdered Mr. Cohn.
She's dead to rights.
That just leaves the identity and the role of Rankins.
I doubt he's important. Higgins, where have you been?
I was chasing a thief.
Where is he?
He got away.
Bloody hell. I've half a mind to fire you.
What will you do with it?
I'm considering keeping it.
You lied to her and got her arrested. Doesn't seem very moral to keep her money.
I've been reflecting on this, Henry. Morality is not a constant. Principles are not immutable. Do you know who I learned this from?
I don't really know philosophy.
Do whatever seems all right in the moment. Henry Higgins, a notion as profound as any.
Well, sometimes I just say these things.
As of today, I intend to start living my life in accordance with the teachings of Higgins, and today, what seems all right is taking this money and investing it in myself.
Investing in how?
Well, since Mr. Cohn is no longer, perhaps Toronto could use a new private investigator.
All right, it's ready.
What's this all about?
I've been working on a little surprise. You see, William, you're right that Suzanne is going to get up to all kinds of trouble. But there's nothing we can do about that. In the blink of an eye, something terrible could happen, but something wonderful, too, could happen. We have no idea what the world has in store for her. Could you get the lights?
Julia, how did you do this?
Well, I had a little bit of help from Mr. Talman at the photo shop.
No wonder he said all of those strange things. Julia, these are marvelous.
Oh, William, I just wanted to remind you that the possibilities of her life are endless, and no tether is going to keep her from exploring them.
In Victoria, I get to train in some of the world's best hospitals and build my career. Come to Victoria and join the community.
Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne, Australia.
A new era of sports car racing starts now.
Who called it in? A rummy in a room down the hall. Said he heard shouting and a gunshot.
Any witnesses?
Just one, sir. Gave us a description of a man entering the rooming house shortly before the shooting. Poor bastard. Ah, Constable. Sir, here's the gun we found. I've never seen anything like it on the streets.
It's a military revolver. British Army.
So how does it end up at Cabbagetown?
I know this gun. And I know the man who fits this witness's description.
Thomas. Thomas, wake up. I think someone's in the house. Wake up.
Oh, Leo, what's going on? Get that torch out of my eyes. Thomas Brackenry, get up.
You better have a damn good reason for dragging me out of my bed in the middle of the night.
You're under arrest.
For what?
Murder.
What are you talking about?
Put the cuffs on him, Constable.
Really?
Now.
What? What? Where are you taking my husband, Thomas? What's happening?
Margaret, call Murdoch.
Oh, let go of me!
How are you faring, sir?
I was yanked out of bed, arrested, and paraded in front of my neighbors in my night clothes. How do you think I'm faring?
Thank you for grabbing my clothes from Margaret.
What on earth did Inspector Decker say to you when he arrested you?
That I was under arrest for the murder of a man in a rooming house.
And you don't know this man?
Absolutely not.
And you were never at this rooming house?
I was asleep. Ask Margaret.
Apparently, your revolver was found near the scene of the crime.
The one I used in Afghanistan?
I suppose.
If I was going to shoot someone, I wouldn't use that manky old thing. It jammed more than it ever discharged.
Nevertheless, the fact that it was found near the scene of a murder is concerning.
How do they know it's mine? I'm not the only ex-army man wandering around Toronto.
Your finger marks are on it.
Well, of course they are, if it's mine. Someone took it then.
Where did you keep it?
In my study. In a display case on the wall.
Somebody took it and placed it at the scene.
Possibly. But there is also an eyewitness who claims they saw you walk into the rooming house shortly before the man was shot.
Witness? What are you saying?
Only that these are the reasons I was given for your arrest.
I'm being set up. You've got to get me out of this, Murdoch.
You're wasting your time, Detective. We have your inspector dead to rights for this case.
If I could just review the evidence you've collected thus far.
Nope. This incident didn't occur in your jurisdiction. This is a Station House 1 case.
Well, surely you can make an exception, especially given who's accused.
No.
No.
You're biased, Detective. You wouldn't be able to see Brackenreed's guilt if it was staring you in the face. Good day.
Julia, what are you doing here? Susanna all right?
She's fine. I just heard about Thomas. Margaret's beside herself.
Can't say I blame her.
Well, clearly he's not guilty.
I shouldn't think so. I suspect that the evidence against him has been orchestrated.
Who's investigating?
Inspector Decker at Station House 1. And unfortunately, he seems to believe that it's an open and shut case.
Do they have motive?
No. The inspector didn't even know the victim. Henry.
Yes, sir.
I need you to look into this man that the inspector allegedly killed. His name was Jameson Hawley.
What do you want to know?
Everything. Who was he? Where did he come from? Did he have a criminal record? No stone unturned. You understand? The inspector's life may depend on it.
Absolutely, sir.
Detective, to what do I owe the pleasure?
If you've completed your postmortem on Jameson Hawley, I'd like to have a look at your findings.
Station House 1 brought him in.
Yes. There is evidence that suggests the actions of Inspector Brackenreed may have landed Mr. Hawley here.
I find that hard to believe.
As do I. But Station House 1 seems to be convinced that he murdered this man. I intend to prove he didn't.
Anything I can do to help?
No defensive wounds?
None. No trauma to the body, save for the gunshot wound to the head. Close range.
And the bullet?
Unusual. I've never seen one like it before.
Round-nosed lead bullet.
What does it mean?
Bullets nowadays have a copper jacket, which results in a higher melting point.
And?
A fully lead bullet is the type used in the inspector's gun. Did you happen to notice a large quantity of gunpowder in and around the wound?
Yes, more than usual for a gunshot victim.
Also consistent with an older weapon, such as the inspector's. I'm afraid your findings only strengthen Station House 1's case. Henry, could you stand here, please?
Sir?
I have a theory. The victim was found lying face down on the bed with his head
The following question requires course material from all units to answer properly and fully. Find, gather, organize, and learn material to answer it. This exact question will not appear on the exam, but preparing for it will help prepare you for the essay question. Overall, what are the objectives of law? Why are these the objectives in 2023? What events, cases, legislation have led to or exemplified these? Or supported their establishment? Or reinforced their importance? How are these objectives met today? Protects society plus people. Acts as a deterrent. Maintains order. Resolves disputes. Establishes standards. Protects. Think of one example in your life where law protects something. Identify what is being protected and how the law protects it. It can be a person, property, or a right. Cite the specific section of the Criminal Code of Canada or the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that protects this example you used. Identify and Israel v. Palestine. Israel v. Palestine. Who Palestine and Israel? David Ben-Gurion was Israel's first prime minister from 1948 to 1954 and is considered the architect behind the modern state of Israel. Amin al-Husseini in 1948 Egypt declared the formation of the All-Palestine Protectorate and the Palestine government formed under the leadership of Amin al-Husseini. What the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has its roots in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, with the birth of major nationalist movements among the Jews and among the Arabs, both geared towards attaining sovereignty for their people in the Middle East. When 1948 present, the Arab-Israeli War of 1948 broke out when 5 Arab nations invaded territory in the former Palestinian Mandate immediately following the announcement of the independence of the State of Israel on May 14, 1948. Where tensions are often high between Israel and Palestinians living in East Jerusalem, Gaza and the West Bank. Main issues: Jerusalem, Israeli settlements, borders, security and water rights, as well as Palestinian freedom of movement, and the Palestinian right of return. Is there a solution? How will it be resolved? The two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict envisions an independent state of Palestine alongside the State of Israel. Role of the ICJ. The United Nations General Assembly has passed a resolution calling on the International Court of Justice, ICJ, to give an opinion on the legal consequences of Israel's illegal occupation of Palestinian territories. Peaceful versus non-peaceful. A ceasefire agreement reached between Israel and Palestinian armed groups in the Gaza Strip appeared to be holding. United Nations Resolution 181, resolution passed by the United Nations General Assembly in 1947 that called for the partition of Palestine into Arab and Jewish states, with the city of Jerusalem as a corpus separatum to be governed by a special international regime. United Nations. The United Nations. They cooperate with regional and international partners in efforts to defuse tensions and advance political negotiations toward a two-state solution.
According to Wikipedia, substantive equality is a fundamental aspect of human rights law that is concerned with equitable outcomes and equal opportunities for disadvantaged and marginalized people and groups in society. According to City News Toronto, the Notwithstanding Clause, or Section 33 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, gives provincial legislatures or Parliament the ability, through the passage of a law, to override certain portions of the Charter for a 5-year term. According to CBC, the clause can only override certain sections of the Charter, including Section 2 and Sections 7 to 15, which deal with fundamental freedoms, legal rights and equality rights, but can't be used to override democratic rights.
Tracy Latimer was quadriplegic and suffered from 5 to 6 epileptic seizures daily. She also had cerebral palsy that rendered her immobile. 12-year-old Tracy was assessed as having the mental capacity of a 4-month-old baby and was completely dependent on others for her care. Tracy underwent repeated surgeries, however her life was not in its final stages. Landmark case, negligent investigation, malicious prosecution, and racial profiling, Hill v. Hamilton Wentworth Police. In late 1994 and early Ford v. Quebec. The court struck down part of the Charter of the French language, commonly known as Bill 101. Ward v. Canada. Fishing rights. R. v. Oakes was caught with drugs and accused of intent to traffic. The onus was placed on the defendant to prove there was no intent to traffic. Oakes said it breached his charter right of innocent until proven guilty. Section was struck down, as it was found it could not be justified. R. v. Keegstra. Teacher was found promoting anti-Semitic ideas. Holocaust was a hoax. M. v. H. To provide equal treatment of same-sex common law couples and opposite-sex common law couples. Christie v. York Corporation. A tavern refused to serve him because they didn't serve colored persons. Think of one example in your life where law protects something. Identify what is being protected and how the law protects it. It can Overall, what are the objectives of law? Why are these the objectives in 2023? What events, cases, legislation have led to or exemplified these? Or supported their establishment? Or reinforced their importance? How are these objectives? Think of one example in your life where law protects something. Identify what is being protected and how the law protects it. It can be a person, property, or a right. Cite the specific section of the Criminal Code of Canada or the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that
According to Department of Justice, Provision 7. Everyone has the right to life, liberty and security of the person and the right not to be deprived thereof except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. According to Canadian Human Rights Commission, Canadian Human Rights Act, if you believe you have experienced discrimination or harassment, you may be able to file a human rights complaint with the Commission.
Cite the specific section of the Criminal Code of Canada or the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that protects this exemption. Every citizen of Canada has the right to vote in an election of members of the House of Commons or of a Legislative Assembly and to be qualified for membership therein.
According to Ontario Human Rights Commission, if you need human rights legal advice or help filing an application with the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, contact the Ontario Human Rights Legal Support Centre at 416-597-4900 or 1-866-625-5179 and speak with a human rights advisor. Here's a summary from American Civil Liberties Union. What to do if your rights are violated. 1. You may file a complaint with the U.S. Department of Justice's Housing and Civil Enforcement.
Identify and explain a situation in your life, besides driving, in which law serves to create order. Think about the activities in a regular day in your life. Identify and explain 5 specific examples of how the law regulates or influences your daily routine. Be detailed. Identify and explain a law in our society. D. Identify and explain a law in our society which you believe sets a moral standard, or is based on the values of our society. Why do you think law and morality are so closely related?
Okay, I'm finally done.